Okay. Yay! Hello, Kay. I am okay. Got a lot of big changes happening right now, a lot of things, a lot of moving parts right now. My house is in disarray because we're in the midst of a move. Yeah. Doing okay. But I've got some breakfast and I've got some coffee and I've got incense, actually. How are you? Okay, moving is not your favorite. You know, I actually never really disliked it because I love to travel and I've never really been super attached to my physical belongings. There's been several times where I've opened up my house or my room as a free store and just put a donation jar by the door and said, otherwise all of this is going to be go be donated. So come take stuff. That was actually really funny that one particular time I did that because I came back to that town years later and I had an old friend of mine come up to me and she goes, I'm wearing your chonies. I was like, I wondered who took them all. I was like, that's one way to be remembered. Oh, yeah. But this one's, I mean, it's a little more difficult now because I have a son, right? And before it was just me traveling around and moving around and, but it was, yeah, a good idea. It was so much fun. It was so much easier than processing all the stuff and packing all the stuff. And, you know, at that point we were actually headed on we hiked and hitchhiked all the way from Portland, Oregon to San Diego. Now there were plenty of stretches where we hitchhiked because there's no walking along the coast. There was a random book that somebody wrote about the Pacific Coast Trail, which is not even technically a trail at all. It's just navigating your way down the coast on foot for the most part. There were some pretty dangerous spots we went through, like on the road, walking on the road there where there's nothing else but highway and cliff. So we tried to hitchhike through those areas, but the rest of it, we were walking along the beach. We had to turn around and go back because there was a river going into the beach because we were going at the wrong time of year or something. Anyway, yeah, we got rid of everything and packed a bag and hiked down. And I say we, not meaning my son, I mean a boyfriend of mine at the time. You hitchhiked 20,000 miles or more. I used to love hitchhiking. I can't say I love it now. I don't think I'd do it now. It's sometimes risky enough as a single female hitchhiking before, but now, not unless it was absolutely necessary. But I still pick up hitchhikers occasionally. But yeah, we're mid move. It's a little harder because my son has his stuff and he does have some attachments to his stuff, which he's allowed to have his attachments if he wants his attachments. We all have the different things, right, that bring us joy. And I know for him, he has he's got a collection of stuffed animals, and they all have a special relationship for him. And I'm like, wait, but we can't have like 300 stuffed animals. They don't fit in the RV. Are we moving somewhere close by? Actually, yes, for the time being. And I don't know what our long term is, because ultimately I'm trying to get us to an ideal situation. Yeah. So we are going to be moving somewhere close by at first, and then we'll see. We'll see what doors open up from there. But it does mean moving from a house back into the RV, which is a bit of a squeeze. And my son is now 9, not 6 or 5 or whatever it was when we had the RV, when we were living in it full time. Do I ever think about living in the country? I have lived in other countries already. I have visited, let's see. Let me see if I can. We used to live in Mexico when I was growing up, and San Diego at the same time. So I grew up with that multicultural experience. That's fun. That's a funny story all on its own. It is throat chakra month. Maybe you just want some stories, because that's quite the story of my stepdad and illegal activity. I probably could talk about it on TikTok, actually. But we were down in Mexico for the first 9 years, and San Diego, and back and forth, bopping back and forth. And then I've been to Peru, Brazil, Jamaica. I lived in the Netherlands for a while, so I've been to the UK, Ireland, Wales, Greece, France, not Spain yet, not Portugal yet. Let me try to think. Germany. Germany was cool. That's another cool story. I do have, and I have friends because of all that travel. I do have friends overseas who have opened doors to me. But the kicker for us right now, again, is my son. And we also have a dog and at least one cat. I mean, okay, so we have 4 cats and the dog and the 2 of us. And to take everybody overseas, everybody has to pass blood tests and get microchips and all these other things like that. I think one of the cats would probably be okay to do, the one that my son is most attached to, but it's going to break our heart to have to leave the other 3. So that's a really big consideration right now. And it's been a really interesting journey for me, or experience, just a thing to sit with for the last year or so that we've been looking at going overseas anyway for years. I've been wanting to bring him overseas anyway. Yeah, but we needed mousers, and the cat distribution system delivered us mousers. And yeah, but we have passports. We always have passports. I always keep an updated passport. It was something I grew up with. My stepdad used to always do that too. Make sure we always had a passport on us in case something happened, in case we needed to go somewhere. So I live by that philosophy as well. And I highly recommend anybody who doesn't have one, if you have the means to get one. I recently came across some creators here on TikTok, actually, that are working on building passport funds. So if anybody needs a passport and is like, I can't get one, I can't afford one, I've just come across a couple of creators recently through my feed that are building actual, like, we want to help people get their first passport, or get their passport renewed or something like that. I think it was just the first passport, but you need one too. I highly recommend getting them. Honestly, the processing time right now isn't that bad. It's more expensive for the first passport, I think, but once you renew it, as long as you renew it within time, it's less. But it's handy to have. It's handy to have. And you don't have to get the real ID if you have a passport as well, is what I understand, because the passport, the one real ID, basically serves the same purpose, to link you to more official documentation, I guess. Sam, I need the cat distribution system to work in my favor. I need a kitty. Well, we picked up a free kitten, two brothers, when we needed mousers. And not funny enough, they took off. They were harassing neighbors' animals and things like that, and just kind of didn't come back from the woods. But since having those 2, the other cats around were like, oh, there's a nice family over there. Oh, they're feeding. Oh, we leave the food outside. Great, we can come snack too. So I might have lured them in just a little bit, but not intentionally. You already have the real ID. Okay. Danako, in my opinion, borders are a scam. Passports shouldn't be needed. I'd love to dive way down the rabbit hole of like a global society and how humans should be free to roam the planet, and land is not something to be owned. And you know, I concur. Unfortunately, it's just not the reality, right, that we live in right now. And so while we're trying to change the system, working with the system as a means to get you the freedom so that you can work to change the system, right, can be really helpful. We don't just see, and I want to say again, this is it's kind of like I think of it as a very Western idea that I just need a fail swoop. I need one big overarching action, and we're going to change everything. And I really wish, and I know that a lot of us are so fed up with the way that the world functions and has been functioning for so long, that we'd like to just push it down. But I don't think that's ultimately in the best interest of everybody. It's an extreme action, right? The land was already here. Yeah. But I do want to create a community where we return to a simpler system. Agreed. And you know what? We are all actively doing, those of us who are participating, I guess all, we can't say we're all actively doing it, but we have the opportunity to actively do that now. You know, hey, Brohim, happy new moon. In the little ways that we do. I'm a huge proponent of vote with your attention. Vote with your resources. Put your resources towards the things that you approve of. And if you don't approve of it, take your resources away. And I know sometimes that's hard to do, where you're like, I love Spotify, but I found out that Spotify is taking all this money from creators and it's really not appropriate. And I don't agree with that. So I am going to have to take the burden upon myself to go find another music thing. And I personally have to do that. We've been using Spotify for fucking, I don't know how many years. And now I'm like, dang. Okay. Because this is the system runs on your consent. We might not feel like it, right? We might not feel like it runs on our consent. Thank you guys for the gifts. We might not feel like it runs on our consent, but it really does. Hey, Glitterbee, because your consent is buying the product. Your consent is paying the subscription. Your consent is voting this way or that way. Your consent is shopping at that place, right? These are the ways that we consent to those things. And more so, we also consent to things by saying, oh, it's not my problem. Oh, it's not my, I do consider it kind of a luxury to not vote. I know politics, a lot of people want to say politics is just politics. But at this stage of politics, it's not just politics. And it says, to me, it says a lot about the privilege someone feels to not have to engage in, make a decision about or worry about the laws that are being created or the different regulations that are changing, and then the way that they're harming certain people and not like, your voice. Your voice is so important and so powerful. And the things that we say and the way that we talk about ourselves and each other and the world, even from that defeatist, oh, well, you're never going to change it. You might as well just submit to the system. And I grew up with that one, was really, 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 really loud in my world, right? You're not going to change the system. There's nothing you can do about it. So you might as well fall in line. And that was one of the biggest, like, you want to talk all the energy of my defiant teenage self? Hell no. Absolutely not. Because that is exactly how the system continues to operate. And some of the most inspiring people that I have looked up to in my life, particularly one of my high school best friend, her dad was very much a buck the system kind of person. And I asked him, why did you stop? Right? Why do you just sit at home with the TV on every day now? Why are you checked out? What happened? And he goes, at some point I got too tired. He goes, it's just really exhausting to fight the system. And it broke my heart, because I was like, you're right, it is. But at some point we exhaust ourselves to stand up for what's right, to stand up for what we believe in. That is where our power comes from, is putting all of our energy into something that we feel is meaningful. Sorry, I missed a bunch of things. Hold on. Again, it's that, the kind of thing we talked about before in here about this analogy that I like about society telling you to hold up the wall, right? Put your nose to the wall. I've coined a new term. It's called white nosing, right? Brown nosing is when you stick your nose so far up somebody's because you're trying to get in their good graces, right? You can brown nose someone like that. So if you didn't know that term, now you know. But I feel like society puts you against a wall, tells you to put your nose on the wall and hold up the wall. And the problem with that is that one of us still goes to turn around and the people next to us are saying, whoa, 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 you can't leave because otherwise you're telling me that what I'm doing is bad because you leave, right? You undermine what I believe by you changing your behavior. I think that's the most difficult part of it to get over is when we look at each other and we say, well, I believe this and I was told to do this, so I'm doing it. And it's not fair that you're not doing it. I grew up that way. I got raised this way and I turned out fine. So it's probably fine for you too, right? That is a, how do you want to say it? It's a short-sighted assumption. It's a logic fallacy, right? It's where the brain does, okay, let me catch up on these things. For him, oppressive militant theology societies have in the past crushed divine feminine-led societies. Yes. Sam, right? Because they don't feel their livelihood is threatened. And that's the thing. In a very money-focused, driven culture, that's exactly where you take the power back, right? That's the thing that this culture cares most about. And so what is the saying? Hit them where it hurts. If that's, I mean, yeah. And I'm also kind of sitting here in this space too, where I hear you guys talking about like the rise of the feminine, a feminine-led society. I truly believe that we are intended to lead as a united front, not as feminine or masculine, but as the combination of the two, because that's balance, right? Balance is not just being in your masculine. Balance is not just being in your feminine. It's being in the middle of the road. And what is the middle of the road is both sides coming together. And but what's interesting, the irony is it's not the middle of the road is not both people coming together, but it is the balance of the masculine and feminine. That is, I think, how we move forward with the most strength and the most success. Tim, I believe that voting is my right, insignificant as it may seem. It's my voice, and it's one of the few ways that we really get to vocalize right now in a system that is not accounting for our voices. And that's why I really, really, it's your resources. It's yes, vote, yes, make your voice heard, yes, speak about it, and on the back end, in the unseen, take back your resources from these places that you wouldn't otherwise agree with. Unplugging from the system is key. Okay, you've been really down lately. I know a lot of us have been. I know I've been struggling with it too. I'm catching up here, guys. But when you turn around, you see the truth. Exactly. That's what the analogy of the wall is about, right? It's being stuck to that wall, and the facade, the illusion, is on the other side of that wall, where they cut out a brick and say, see, if you just hold your nose to this wall long enough, you'll eventually have Eden, you'll have heaven, you'll have retirement, you'll have whatever you want, the American dream. It's all here. All you have to do is obey, as long as we say so. Oh, bro, him is the white from the gypsum in the wall. Yes. Hi, Stacy. Welcome. Marcus, what a question. What do I believe? For those of you who are new here, hello. Let me catch up on comments here really quick. Mill. For those of you who are new here, hello. My name is Reverend Deborah. I am an interfaith minister, a movement facilitator, and your shenanigan shaman, as so dubbed by this lovely TikTok community. We have been working through our Inner Light series this year, where we explore the energy body. We started in January with the aura. We went to the elements and the koshas within the system. Then we went to the minor chakras and the lower chakras, and then we went to the root chakra, and we've moved all the way up the chakra system. This month we are here in the throat. So we've been talking about the throat chakra, details about the throat chakra. I offer some tools, mudras, mantras, other things like that. Why are we looking at the chakras, right? This is ancient knowledge. And I was studying the study of the energy body has been around since 1500 BC, first and foremost. Secondly, we have in Western and Eastern cultures been studying the energy body since that time. We have a huge body of information about the toroidal field of energy that is created by your body on a biological level, not a philosophical level, not an esoteric level, not a whatever you want to call it, but on a physical, scientifically measurable and trackable thing. If you want to learn more about it, I encourage you to start with the Heart Math Institute. The Heart Math Institute. I believe they're out in New York. So why are we talking about this year? Right? This is one of those things that you could go online, you can find all the information for, right? Most of us can go search up some bit about the chakras. So what's the important thing here? The important thing is that through my 12 years in college, plus several years after of certifications and workshops and classes and other things like that, I started to find links, connections, strings that attached the development of the chakras and the energy body to our social emotional development, cognitive development, physical development, and all of these things also connected to what's the word I'm looking for? The hierarchy of needs that Maslow made famous. We want to remember that he adopted it from the Blackfoot Nation. It was not himself, and he changed it from a circle to a triangle. So what the interesting piece is that, Ajna, what are you doing, honey? You want to lay right there? Okay. So the interesting piece is using the chakra system as a lens to look at how your system develops, because see, where do I start? This is something I've been working on most of my life. I was gifted my family in lineage of energy work when I was a child by my mother. I was in a video productions class in the 1990s when I first discovered what marketing manipulation was. And for me, it was like a huge bell, a gong, Voxtor, Heart Math, like 2 + 2 is 4. Heart Math Institute. So seeing that manipulation so right before my eyes and so obvious was a bell that went off that I couldn't stop, that kept ringing and has kept ringing for my entire life. So I went to school to figure out how we get manipulated. How do we tick? What makes us more susceptible to somebody's lies versus what makes us more resistant to, how do we, and potentially, how do we become resistant to it? How do we wake up so that we become so aware of what's happening that we are no longer puppeted by it? Because what I did find also is that no matter how much you actually know, if you know that you're being marketed to, you can still be triggered and led astray by that marketing. You can go on YouTube right now and find an easy, quick little video about how to turn a hard no into an emphatic yes. And I said, that's manipulation. You are literally convincing people to get something that they don't actually want or didn't want in the first place. You are manipulating their ability to make free choices. You're taking away freedom of choice. That is no longer operating in autonomy. And that personally makes me really mad. I'm like, I personally do not want to be a puppet for somebody else's narrative. I don't want to be parroting the same bullshit that's not actually what I believe or so how do we detach ourselves from that? How do we get those strings out of our system so that the propaganda or the narrative or the commercial or the thing doesn't goad you into being or doing something you don't actually want? So I wrote a book about it. After all these years of studying it and making these connections between the energy body and understanding how our actual needs, because we have needs, we have, you know, things like safety, nourishment. We need food, we need water, we need shelter, we need good sleep, and we do need good relationships. Remember, we are pack animals. Again, the narrative that we are lone wolves or naturally divisive or aggressive, guess what? That's propaganda. We have plenty of science to prove that that's also false. That we are actually quite cohesive, and most everything else's nature is as well. So, got to remember that the popular narrative is not always what the truth is, right? Is not always the truth. So, Energy for Sale, ironically, is available for sale on Amazon as we're talking about unplugging. This is a quick run through of the energetic blueprint for consumer conditioning. So it's through the chakra system because it's the easiest way to relate your needs to your system, right? In our root chakra are the needs for safety. Now, I want to go a little side note here, right? Because I just equated the root chakra, an energy center, to a physical need that my body has. And I want to bridge that gap because if you're in the camp of, I don't know about chakras, I'm not sure about this energy body stuff, you want to hear the science sort of stuff of it, right? So let's go down to the root chakra develops between the first year, about the first year of life. So during that first year of life, what is the infant doing? Especially in those first 6 months. What is the infant at? The infant cannot move, cannot go get what they want, cannot articulate what they want, cannot take care of themselves in any way, shape, or form, really, right? Is Amazon the only place to get my book? Right now, it is. However, next week, sorry, as a side note, next week, I am going to do a raffle on Saturday. Next Saturday, I'm going to do a raffle. We're going to do it on purpose with mindfulness so that we are aware of our triggers during a raffle. It's going to be a good experiment to notice how marketing triggers you. So this is the fun part, right? How we rewrite the narrative, how we create a new society is we try to do these things differently. Let's become aware of it. Let's work together, or let's share our experience on this stuff. So anyway, we'll do that next Saturday, but that will be for a signed copy of my book. Yeah, that's that. But for now, it's on Amazon. The link is right here on the screen. It's over there in the YouTube. On YouTube, it's in the little description there. If you have any questions or want a copy of the book or a link, want a link to it, you can also just send me a message afterwards. Okay, so let's talk about that baby, right? That the infant in those first 6 months of life has no ability to articulate what they need, has no ability to get what they need, has no ability to do anything. Right? They're completely vulnerable to the world. So what do they need? What's our first social emotional need? What's our first cognitive need? What's our first physical need in those first 6 months of life? Safety. That's it. The question of the root chakra and the question of your brain and body in those first 6 months of life is, am I safe? That's it. Right? And if I'm safe, I have no reason to cry. I've got no reason to feel fear. Because fear also exists in the root chakra, right? What happens if I become afraid? Brian, I'm going to go ahead and mute you. This is a classroom space, and just like any other space where we are here for an intention, right? If you are here just to disrupt that, then you're going to be muted. I'm not going to block you. You're welcome to come back in when you can be more personally responsible with your energy. And if you want to have a discussion with me about it, a productive discussion with me about it, feel free to message me. But if you're just here to naysay what we're talking about, there's other places you can do. And if you want to share your narrative and your belief of this stuff, go get your own live and invite me to it, and maybe I'll show up. Okay. So what happens in that first 6 months when the question is, am I safe? Am I safe? Am I safe? Okay. What happens when I'm not safe? Let's use an example of I'm an infant. I'm laying on, I'm laying in a crib or I'm laying on the bed. The caregiver's right nearby, and something loud occurs, right? What happens? You've seen it. I'm sure any of you who've been around an infant, you've seen the infant, that startle, that, whoa, when that happens. What was that? When you feel fear, where does that energy go? It literally goes, right? Your whole system goes, and pulls up and in. What that is your root chakra, the energy from your root chakra, moving up to the sacral chakra, because the sacral chakra says, I feel. Sorry, I was looking for the right words. It says, I feel. It says, help me. So when I'm down in the root chakra, feeling safe and squishy and comfy and no problem, big loud noise, oh no, I'm going to pull that energy, and you can feel it when you experience it. It's going to pull up into my system, and it's pulled the sacral chakra. And the sacral chakra causes the infant to cry. These are energetic pathways. These are triggers. These are your nervous system doing what it does best, trying to protect you. Remember that. Keep you safe. Trying to keep you safe. I'm not safe. My energy moves up and the baby cries or lets out a scream, right? Then the question is, will I be cared for? Is life comforting? Is life abundant? Is life kind and gentle to me? Will not life give me what I need? Will life nourish me? So now we get into parenting styles and experience, what the beliefs of the parents are, of the culture, what the culture teaches on how to deal with a crying baby, what to do when a baby's upset, right? Whether to hold them or leave them and make them self-soothe and these other sort of things. So what happens? Then we move up to the sacral chakra. And if I cry and I'm soothed, that energy calms back down into my root chakra. And that is how we start to develop a strong foundation. If when that energy pulls up and says, I'm not safe, if the universe, because at that point, my brain does not have the capacity to understand it as all these different pieces of the universe or people, it is just the experience. And that's our cognitive science. We can see that how the baby brain functions is just this big, not blank slate, but experiential, right? It's not really focused on making memories. It's experiencing the here and now so that we can build a safe container for us to move forward throughout our lives. We need a safe container. We need a strong foundation to build on top of, to build a personality on top of, to reach self-actualization, to build self-esteem, strength. So what happens? What happens if the situation where the energy goes up the sacral chakra and I'm not met with care or I'm not met with compassion, right? What happens when it doesn't get the satisfactory response? The energy can do a couple of things. And this is where your personality starts to build. This is where your belief system starts to build. This is where your literal triggers, the ones that go unconscious, the ones that when something makes you afraid, your body and brain take over and make you run or do whatever the heck it is when you're afraid. Those are written in the earliest experiences. And the energy body is my favorite way to look at that, because we can see the development of the energy body through the same stages as the other things. And then we understand that when you're an adult, the patterns in your energy body are what literally create your ego, your triggers, your beliefs, your views about the world, the way you talk to other people, the way you talk to yourself, the way you hold your body, the expectations you have about how the world's going to treat you or how it should be treating other people. All of those things, thank you, friend, all of those things get written into your system because of your earliest experiences. This is why we know that childhood experiences are so important. Psychology understands it from this perspective, from how those patterns get written in here, but it doesn't really address those subconscious patterns, except maybe through like behavioral stuff, right? Behavioral, I forgot what I'm looking for. Behavioral science. This is why we understand now, you hear so much about the body whispers, the body remembers. Because when you feel fear, let's just keep it under the root, right? When you feel fear, your body tenses up and something kind of underneath your conscious brain compels you, right? Mandy, great. How do I change the patterns my subconscious holds? Okay, so awesome question. My favorite way to do it is through addressing the chakras. Why? Because the chakras are actually really, really easy to address. There's a million things that you can do to address the chakras. And it's so the energy body is malleable and dynamic and ever changing and ever moving, right? It's the least dense part of you. And so if you've ever tried to force your brain to change something, or you've ever tried to force your body, right? If you're struggling with, I don't know, addictive pattern or an emotional trigger, these kinds of things. If you tried to force yourself to change those, you know how difficult it is to even grasp a hold of the thing that you're trying to change, right? So going through the chakras, we know that what we're doing is realigning our energy patterns. It's not so much about where your energy is now. It's about bringing your energy back to here. And in a 15, 20 minute, sometimes 5 minute, depending on your level of practice and whatnot, maybe longer, you can find that center, that balance, right? Meditation, mindfulness, breath work, these kinds of things. When we use these, what we're doing is bringing our energy back into alignment. Think of it like strings. The chakras, I like to also talk about them like an instrument, like a harp. As you're tuning, so essentially your harp got tuned the way that was best for you to get through the world, not the way that was safest, not the most intelligent, not the wisest, not leading you towards your best self. Nope, just bare bones, keeping you safe. If your experiences at a very young age told you you were not safe, or you weren't allowed to be aggressive, or you weren't allowed to be loud, or you weren't allowed to be sensitive, or you weren't allowed to speak your truth, children to be seen, not heard, all of these things are going to tune your strings so that you can stay safe. For me, being loud meant I got actually hit. Right. I was the too loud kid. I'm the oldest. And so I was always louder than everybody else. And I was always blamed for everything else. Yay. But that caused a lot of struggle with being able to trust my voice, being able to speak up for myself, being able to speak my truth, being able to know what my truth even was when my truth had been so pushed away as a kid. Now, again, just like we don't blame our childhood, right, or the people or the situations in our childhood for where we're at. This is not about blame. It's about recognition that you're just out of tune. And it's actually very easy to retune ourselves. The important part, the kicker, is that we have to do it again and again and again and again. Just like a new guitar. You get a new strings on your guitar or on your harp. What do? You tune them the first time and you play it for a while, and then they fall out of tune. Because your energy patterns are patterns. They are wired into your nervous system, to your subconscious, to your energy body. And so if you want to adjust those things, then every day, this is why sadhana or a daily practice is so important. It's because when we show up every single day for ourselves, then we have the ability to actually get that tuning back here. Now, if I go once a month to do a chakra alignment, right, and I get this amazing alignment, what you'll notice is that after that, things will kind of start to fall back to wherever they were before, because that is the most familiar, comfortable pattern for your system. And my system is just trying to keep me safe. So we have to repattern. We have to build trust. Building trust means showing up every day. You are with you every day. Those patterns, those triggers are with you every day. And they are constantly, every day, all the time, diligently protecting you until you can show that you can be protective. What's amazing is that we have this kind of wiser self that said, until I can trust you, I'm going to keep grabbing the wheel. I think the hardest thing for me to recognize, or not recognize, but accept, was how much I had broken trust with myself. Think about it like this. Those defenses, the energetic patterns to defend you, right, were written in when you were relatively unconscious. We don't come out of the theta brainwaves until the age of 8 or 9. Theta brainwaves, when you're an adult, are REM sleep time. So as children, we are relatively unconscious, and these patterns are being patterned into us and then continuing as we grow, right, up until about 25 or so, when the chakras finally complete their first cycle. Where was I going with that one? They've been keeping you safe. They've been doing their due diligence this entire time. They will even defend you against you if you are coming in to hurt yourself. Why would I do that? stop and consider that self-talk. Stop and consider the actions that are harmful to you or to others or to your life or to the things that you say you want to do for yourself. How many of these things do we do unconsciously or just kind of like, oh, well, not a big deal, right? In these ways, we continuously break trust with ourselves. Because would I trust a friend who didn't follow through on what they said? Would I trust a friend who talked shit to me all day long? Would I trust a friend who constantly rained on my parade when I was having fun and told me to be quiet? No. When I felt anxiety on my way to the grocery store, would I trust a friend who told me to cut it out and I was annoying? No. But is that not the way we often treat ourselves? And again, it was one of the hardest things for me to hold space for me to accept, right? I had broken trust so badly with myself because most of us believe that that's the way you're supposed to operate. That's just normal. Everybody has negative self-talk, right? Everybody does things that they wish they didn't or feel bad for. Like everybody, sure, but isn't that out of alignment? That means that patterns are occurring in me, in my life, and in my system that are keep leading me away from what I actually want for myself. Do I want heavy addiction? No. Do I want an unhealthy lifestyle or a body that feels like it's in pain? No. Do I want a job or a career that sucks the life out of me? No. Do I want relationships with people who are rude and mean or take everything from me or I can't trust? No. But we struggle to find them outside of ourselves because we don't even know what they feel like in here. And this is where we start. Within our systems. Hi, Rob. So let's address, because I did mention addiction, right? Hopefully TikTok doesn't take me down for saying that word a couple times. Let's address that, and let's start with where that lives in the energy system. Where does the pattern of consuming something to make myself feel better live in the system? I'm glad you're here, Robin. Thank you so much for sharing. It lives in my sacral chakra. We're going to use my book now for an example. It lives in the sacral chakra. Why? Because what is the sacral chakra is about? Feeling. I feel. And this is also our umbilical cord to the universe. It's our sense of nourishment, our sense of being taken care of being able to receive something. The sacral is the first place, the gate where we let the world in. It's the gate where we ask, will you help me if I'm in need? And if the answer to that experience when you were growing up was no, then you're going to find, your system is going to find another way to take care of those needs, to nourish you. And it can include substances, it can include food, it can include intimacy, it can include overworking, it can include money, it can include any kind of thing, material, maybe not just material, right? Any kind of thing because again, it can also be emotional patterns, a lack of boundaries or such heavy excessive boundaries, or a complete denial of pleasure at all because I told my system says it's not safe to enjoy life. It's not safe to feel good. So we have to ask in what way can we offer ourselves nourishment and pleasure and joy and safety and comfort without the thing that's also harming us? And here's the big part too. Here's a big part. And this is another flipperoo. I feel like in the West we say first quit that and then start doing these things. I disagree. That to me is a way of force. You're forcing your system to do something before it's prepared to do something. And what you're using right now is a crutch. I've been there. I know what that crutch feels like. You're using a crutch because your leg is broken. You're using a crutch because you need it. You're out of balance. So start doing this work. Start working with the sacral chakra. Start clearing your energy body. Start bringing in breathwork practices so that those moments, for example, when, for me, it was anger. For me, it was anger that would trigger me to go have a drink. And so the first thing I did was address that trigger that made me go get the drink. I didn't put away the beer at first. At first, when that trigger came up, I took 5 fucking breaths, just 5 fucking breaths, really intentional breaths, and sat there and was like, maybe I can just give myself this much more space between the feeling coming up and me letting it push me to do something. Because that's the circuit that you want to realign, right? That you want to rewire. That circuit that makes you road rage when you're when you're driving and somebody cuts you off, and then all of a sudden, whoa, where did that come from? Who was that? Oh my God, that didn't feel good in my body. Now I feel embarrassed because I did the thing. That. So if you can use what I suggest is mindfulness practices, the simplest practices. Don't complicate it, right? We don't need the huge, complicated, intense practices. We're building trust. So just show up. Just show up. And if you still go walk and have the drink, then give yourself praise for taking those 5 breaths. And next time, take 6. Next time, take 7. I have done it before where, Julietta, welcome. I've done it before where I have actually sat for a good 10, 15 minutes, just stopped. And every time my energy, because I was mad, I was having a meltdown. I was furious about something that I had no control over. And that was the thing that made me go and have the beer. So I sat there and I was like, just feel it. And it would come up again. Got to go fix it. And I would use my senses. Use your senses to bring you into the here and now. Look for all the colors in your space. Look at the shapes in your space. Think of, consider the objects, the shade of light. Look at the sky. Look at your own feet. Look at every little hair on your leg or something like that, or on your arm. Like, use your senses to bring all of your attention back here. Because what is that trigger doing is pulling your attention away to the past. It's pulling your attention away to what happened before that made you feel that way. This is why I say everything you need for your healing is alive and well within you now. You don't need to remember what happened. You don't need to know who did it. You don't need to blame somebody. You can use any tools you want to if you want to use therapy and those are things. But listen, that scared little kid, that little moment that your brain didn't even think to remember, but your body said, this is important, this is significant, is written into your system. To me, in the imagery in my head, and the storyteller part of me says, that's the little kid part of me who still lives in me, who still is just trying to reach out for comfort. She just needs somebody to hold her when she's scared. That's a basic need. That's a basic human need. Not hyperbole, not woo-woo. A basic, documented, well-documented human need that we have. So start by giving it to yourself. Especially when it's hard. Especially when the energy starts to get really big. My favorite red flag, I guess, is any moment that your body, that your system, your body, your mind, your breath, any moment that you start to feel tension. Hey, Nick. Anger. What does that feel like? Fear. What does that feel like? Right? When you feel, thank you guys for the follows, when you feel that point of tension, when your brain starts to go at you, tension. Simplest, most foundational recognition. If I experience tension, I'm going to pause and I'm going to take some breaths and I'm going to I'm just going to feel it. I'm going to be present with it. Goku, the chakras are not physical. Correct. They are not physical. What's amazing about the chakra system is that it pervades every other part of our system. We can access our cognitive body, our intellectual body, our emotional body, and our physical body through the energetic system. The energetic system, depending on those patterns, will then also write into your physical body. The way that I carry myself is directly related to the tension in my system, in my energy system, or my need to protect my energy, right? When you're sad or nervous, what do? Crouch up like this. I'm hiding my heart. I'm hiding my solar plexus, my center for will and connection. If I feel like I can't speak my voice, I'm afraid or feel like somebody's stopping me from speaking, where do you feel that? As a physical knot in your throat. So the reason we use the energy body is because it gets through, it accesses every part of you. Try going through the brain, but the brain itself is not going to access all these parts, right? Just the same way that when an emotion comes up, it makes you, when anger happens, the heart rate starts to go faster and the breath starts to get faster. Yeah, because it's affecting your physical self. They're not isolated. They're not separate. Remember, we're not in the Western compartmentalization of like, here's your liver, here's your gallbladder, here's your heart, and they all do different things. No, we're talking about being able to get through every other layer of our system by addressing the one layer that pervades through all of them. Margarita, hello, my friend. Okay, what brought me here was throat chakra. I feel blocked and work to open it back up. Awesome. So welcome in, everyone. For those of you who are new here, we're about an hour already for class. My name is Reverend Deborah. I'm an interfaith minister, a movement facilitator, and your shenanigan shaman. We are live both on TikTok and YouTube. Remember, I do have a Patreon for things like memberships, shops, stuff like that. I try not to say it on TikTok because they take me off the FYP. There's certain things that I can and cannot say, and that's even getting worse. And they don't like the message that I'm sharing with you. They don't like me sharing with you the fact that their intentions are to specifically manipulate you and to get you triggered in ways that skips over your personal power, that skips over your ability to make decisions for yourself or not. Why? Because you're a really good resource that can be used up. As long as you can't make clear decisions for yourself, I can keep using that resource as long as I can keep manipulating that resource to stay connected to the system. So my book is called Energy for Sale. The Energetic Blueprint for Consumer Conditioning. It's available via the link here on the screen, link in description. It's on Amazon. So since we've been here for about an hour, I'll go ahead and offer some tools. We are on the throat chakra month. So I've got all kinds of information back here about the throat chakra, about the stages of development, about the question, the major question, which is, am I heard? I'm going to offer some mudras here in a second. I'm going to offer mudras. Thank you, friend, because mudras are one of my favorite ways beyond color therapy and sound and things like that. Mudras are so much fun because I can just grab a mudra. I can hold my hand in a certain position and I can almost immediately, I can feel the change. Remember, I want to make sure that everybody remembers that we want to hold our mudras for at least 5 minutes because it takes about 5 minutes for that energy to circulate through our systems. So you may see a couple of them here on TikTok. I have a couple more on YouTube, but I've got a couple of mudras here. What's really fun about the throat chakra is we have 3 mudras that are almost identical. So I want to encourage you to try all 3 of them. Margarita and anybody else who is new here, I encourage you to grab a journal to start keeping track of how the energy feels in you and how these tools help with or don't with your particular system, right? Because you're unique into yourself. Your instrument is uniquely yours, your tune and your song that you're supposed to sing, and it's all uniquely yours. I'm not your guru. I'm not your master. You are your own guru, right? You are your own guru. So enlighten yourself about how these tools work. So we've got 4 mudras, the Grantita mudra and the Vishuddha mudra and the Ushas mudra. Okay, so let me offer these here. The mudras you gave me for energy protection feel so empowering. Yay! Also, that's our good reminder. Thank you, Glitterbee. If you guys have any questions about specific mudras or need a specific practice for something or have a question about the energy body, please comment on my content here on TikTok so I can answer via video. It's the best way. It's my favorite way to answer you guys. So, and if I don't get to your question here in the live, because the comments do move pretty quick, If I don't get to your question here in the live, either send me a message or preferably comment on my content. Okay. So we've got 3 ways to do these ones. The mudra specifically for the throat chakra. Sorry. Okay. The mudra specifically for the throat chakra requires maybe a little bit of dexterity. So if this is not comfortable for you, hold on and I'll give you a second one. So this is called the Vishuddha chakra mudra. It's the mudra specific for the throat chakra. And what we do is we bring the tips of the fingers together, the back tip of the fingers, we interlace those, and we close that by bringing the heels of the hands together. With your finger and thumb, create interlocking circles. So we're going to do that again. Backs of the hands together, interlace the tips of the fingers, close that, keeping a nice open space in there, touch the wrists or the heels of the hand together. And then the index and the thumb create 2 interlocking circles. I encourage you to remember to keep your shoulders down when you're doing this one. Shoulders up is a protective posture for our throat chakra. If your throat chakra feels blocked or out of balance, or you're struggling to speak or find your truth or any of these things, or you notice your shoulders just end up up here a lot, you may notice that when you're holding this mudra, those shoulders do come up again. And that's not because you're throwing yourself out of balance. That's your body, that's your system saying, wait, are we supposed to be protecting ourselves? Wait a minute. Sometimes balance can feel scary when we are so used to being out of balance. So remembering to meet everything, right, with curiosity and willingness. And if you notice tension, let that tension go. Damn it. I'm calling me out. Yes, son?
Is it okay if I put my hot buckets in the oven while you're on
your own? Yeah, totally. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. I don't think anybody can see you. You might.
Well, yeah. I mean, like, so because of the ding.
Oh, I don't mind the ding. That's fine.
Okay.
Yeah. An occasional ding isn't bad. That's just a nice bell. It'll probably happen at exactly the right moment to remind us that we said something or did something that was like, duh.
Yeah. Like your coaching call where you guys were meditating and you heard it.
All right. So, Vishuddha chakra mudra. Yes. Quick.
I'm going to sit right here because it's comfy and it's right there.
Yeah. You can sit here. It's going to get real hot real soon, though. But you can sit here.
Yeah, that's why I'm sitting in the shade.
All right, everybody. That's my kiddo. Hi, dog. Oh, she's a sweet dog. Anybody see the nose? Okay, so again, Vishuddha chakra mudra. Bring the backs of the tips of the fingers together, close the hands, interlocking circles. They do remind me of an infinity symbol, right? So bringing this, holding it here to your throat. Really, okay, my favorite way to get into your meditative posture is with 3 breaths, and there's little cues with these breaths. So we're going to go ahead and do those 3 breaths to get into our practice so I can share with you how we posture ourselves to avoid this and avoid this kind of stuff, right? So first, go ahead and close your eyes, and let's take those 3 deep breaths, beginning with an inhale through the nose, pull the breath through the lungs and all the way into the belly. It's okay if that feels a little weird. And exhale completely. On the second breath, focus on inhaling the breath to your rib cage and expanding it in all directions. And sigh it out. On that third breath, lift the heart and lift through the top of the head, gently tucking your chin. And as you exhale, melt the shoulder blades down the back. I like to offer my system some last-minute wiggles to release any tension, and then realign with a gently tucked chin, which lifts your crown chakra straight up towards the sky, helps your keeping your heart forward, helps your shoulders roll back, and we relax the belly. From this posture, I suggest you sit for a minimum of 5 minutes with your mudra, because it takes about 5 minutes for that energy to circulate all the way through your system. And this is also why I suggest having a journal, because as you sit with this mudra, You may notice at different times of day or when you're feeling different things that you have different experiences. Right now, I invite you to just notice where you feel it, where you feel any sensation. If we are just learning about our energy body or just learning how to connect with our energy body, it may be this sort of like, how do I tell, right? Just give your attention to your hands, to the mudra, to your throat, to your shoulders, to your mouth. This whole area right here is the throat chakra, even up to your ears and sinuses. So you may be holding this and you feel your ears adjust. You may be holding this and you feel a knot in your throat. You may notice a hollow sensation. If you've got your eyes closed, you can, and you're a visual person, you can also look into this area with your inner eye, inner gaze, turning your inner gaze to your throat chakra. I invite you to just notice the color, the quality of the color there in that space. You may notice nothing, and that's okay. Remember, this is not about suddenly just knowing how to do it and it working perfect every time, because what we're doing is aligning our systems. And if this is the first time you've ever used a mudra to bring your chakra, throat chakra, into balance, it may take a couple of experiences, a couple of practices, right? If your mind is really scattered or your body is full of tension, it may be harder to notice the work that it's doing. Notice the changes that are happening. So I invite you to, again, to sit with trust, curiosity, and willingness. These tools have been around for a really long time. Lack of sleep. Hey, Margarita, what a fantastic experience. So I'd like to talk a little bit about that experience. You say here that you felt a warm and tingling around your low back and you had to take a minute. So as we were talking a little bit earlier, I'm not sure if you were in here when we were mentioning the sacral chakra, but the sacral chakra is one of two gates that we have for interacting with the world. The sacral chakra is the gate where we first allow the world in by asking for nourishment, for comfort. This is the hold on. Inactivity. We detected inactivity. You mean you didn't like the tool that I was using or the thing that I was sharing? Sorry, TikTok. So the sacral chakra is the first place where we make a request of the universe. We say, will you nourish me, right? That energy we build upon that energy through our solar plexus and our heart so that we can then create from our throat. This is a very yang. It's one of the most intense expressions of outward energy, of yang energy in our system, because it's the place that we connect our inner world with our outer world. So what you experienced was the link between these two gates. My immediate response as a coach would be to encourage you to work on your sacral chakra as well as your throat chakra, meaning that your ability to keep that throat chakra clear for you to fully express your truth and to be in your truth, that foundation of your sacral chakra and your root chakra may not be so solid. Here's what I want to also highlight in this place, right? Oh, that was a couple of things. Your energy body is dynamic. Just because you've been operating on the same patterns most of your life does not mean that you cannot change those patterns. You're not broken, you're not beyond repair, and none of your chakras are totally blocked. Otherwise, your system wouldn't function, right? So first and foremost, you can heal. And it's not that difficult. It's not as difficult as those who are selling you your healing want you to believe. Secondly, when we've been operating so long out of alignment, it's akin to having our scales tipped. When we're making decisions for ourselves about what's good for us and not, what our truth is or what we really want in a situation, or if we're going to believe what somebody else is giving us, right? All of this, we weigh on the scales in our heart. That's my analogy for it. But if my alignment is askew, then my scales, the measurement for my scales is going to be off. This is why feeling peace can be unsettling sometimes. This is why receiving love can feel extremely uncomfortable. So we want to be mindful, right? That at the moment, our scales are probably tipped. Take notes. Remember, right? That all it takes is these small moments of presence to move the needle. I call it breadcrumbing. You're breadcrumbing yourself back to your healing in these tiny little ways. I think that's it. But sometimes what's good for us may feel scary and uncomfortable because we've never experienced it. I've been experiencing a degree of abundance in a particular relationship that I have. And there are times when this abundance and generosity is so uncomfortable for me that I want to run away. I want to say, stop. I want to say, no, please don't, because then, right? The old narrative that says there are strings attached. And if somebody does something for you, you're going to have to do something for them. And you're going to owe me later. I was raised by a wannabe mobster guy. So everything was, what I do for you, you do for me. Times 3, right? So in that way, if you can meet yourself with gentleness, meet yourself with gentleness. If you can't be gentle, at least be curious and willing. To me, these are foundational. Curious and willing doesn't require me to be patient. It doesn't require me to be loving. It doesn't require me to like what I'm experiencing. It doesn't require anything else but my presence and my attention. Curiosity and willingness. So when I'm holding this Vishuddha Chakra mudra, and I notice those shoulders go up, or I notice the brain start to go about something, I don't push it away. I don't put it down. I don't say, God, this is so annoying. I'll never heal. And even if I hear that, because sometimes that's my trigger. So I'm sitting, I've done it. Yeah, I've done it. Sitting here, my shoulders start to come up. The self-talk starts to jabber on. And then I go, wait, curiosity and willingness. Just holding this mudra made my system tense. Is there another mudra for me, maybe? Or what happens if I sit with this a little bit longer? Am I willing and curious enough to sit with this experience a little longer? Take some breaths and relax that tension, let it go, because tension is in my system is just, it's the same as a belch. It's the same as a fart. When you have something out of alignment in your system that's not meant to be there, that doesn't align or isn't conducive to wellness in your system, it can often create pressure, gas, tension, pain. Remember that when our emotions come up, tension arises in our system. It's our system requesting us to release, us to give it. Yes, it's just a little gas. And then he goes belching over there. This helps a lot. That analogy helps a lot for my son and I both. When an emotion comes up, we recognize it's not who I am. It's something happening in my system. And when I'm not attached to it being who I am and it doesn't define who I am, then I have a choice in that moment to be whoever I want to be. And this is how we start to realign ourselves. This is how we start to bring our scales back into balance. If I just could release the belches, then what would I actually want to do? Or what would I actually want to eat, right? What would I actually want? Okay, I noticed that every time I eat this thing, I belch up a bunch and I have this big reaction or my system doesn't do it right. So what do? I choose something else to eat. I stop eating that thing. But when we emotionally get caught in these patterns, we don't stop doing those things. We don't see it as similar. We just keep doing the things that aren't healthy for us. And we're like, yeah, it's great. It's normal. But society props that up. The culture props that up. From now on, you're going to see him as the man from the Godfather's pizza commercials. I used to always say that he was a bit like Tony Soprano. I don't know if I'd call Tony Soprano more handsome. I think they're both very Italian, large, big dudes. I mean, my stepdad's probably a little more lean, but I think they're both about the same height, wannabe gangster guy. He had his own life to live. He had his own experiences that he was going through. He had his own traumas and his own tensions that he was blissfully, painfully unaware of, because like most of us, he'd been raised in a culture that says, don't look at that, especially for boys. You're not allowed to have feelings. You're not allowed to look at those things. Don't be sensitive. He learned early that if you just keep telling the same lie, eventually people will believe you. You know, he was encouraged to be aggressive and mean and controlling because that's how his culture was. That's how his parents were. And then became a police officer and those things, right? So he developed all of these tools ultimately to keep himself safe. He was a pure little expression of source, like we all are, trying to figure out how to live in a matrixy world. And the matrix beats us up, smacks us around, and we're like, oh shit, I gotta put armor on, I gotta hide this and hide that and fit inside of this little box, and can I squish myself into a ticky-tacky? Hey, thanks, Tam, for joining subscriptions. Thank you. I do also have them available on Patreon as well. This is my full-time work, writing the book and sharing that and talking about the book too and teaching this stuff. It's really important to me that this information gets out there. Why been no malt shirt shop? Hi, friend. You want to do another mudra? Okay, totally. Thank you for requesting. I am still healing my throat chakra and learning to speak my truth and be in my truth. So sometimes I can get really chatty with things, and I deeply appreciate those of you who bring me back in and they're like, hey, mudra, hey, you were talking about the thing? Okay, so the next one that we can do is the Grantitha mudra. It's very similar to the Vishuddha mudra. And all we do is interlace our fingers like so on top of the hands. Create those interlocking circles with the index and the thumb, and keep some nice space. Keep that space, again, open space between the palms. So you want to try to bring the hands together, open this up, move it around how you need to move it so you can get those interlocking circles and you can keep space between the palms. Hold at the throat. Thank you for being here, Tim. Maddie, wait, so I am not the only one who had to suppress major parts of me. So we all do. You are a perfect song. You're a note. You're a drop in the ocean. No one will ever be like you ever again, never before. You have a unique gift and purpose in this place, just like every cell in our body has a unique and important person, just like every drop in the ocean is important to making the ocean the whole ocean. The thing is we come into a world, again, that almost forces us, encourages us to build up armor and to hide our truth. Why? Why would we live in a culture like that? Because self-actualized, centered, grounded folks who understand their personal power and know their truth are really hard to control and manipulate. If somebody... hey, Mandeeb. Hey, friend. What if you're seeing orange? So again, I have to just pause for a second. I love how many of you are seeing the connection between your sacral chakra and your throat chakra. These are two gateways. I'm going to mention it again. These are two gateways. The sacral chakra is when we first ask for something from the universe, and the universe either delivers or not. And this is where we start to actually express or create the center for creativity, right? We create words, we create all sorts of things with our voice. This is our expression. So if you are working with your throat chakra and you're seeing orange, you're experiencing the connection between the two. I do coaching, private coaching, group coaching. If you want to get deeper into what your personal experiences are and you want to help kind of like, I don't know, deconstruct all of that and work through that more on a personal level, you can reach out to me. I have memberships and I have coaching available on Patreon. But otherwise, my suggestion is to grab yourself a journal or go to my shop and grab the Inner Light map, because I made a little journal for you if you want to just use something I pre-made, or just grab a journal and keep track of these things. When you used maybe this mudra, you were seeing that orange, right? Or Margarita here was feeling the tension in her low back, right? Maybe when you use this one, the Grantita mudra, the one we just opened up for, maybe it's a different experience. Margarita, I'm so thankful for the universe bringing these connections to me. I asked and she answered. Heck yeah. When we are curious and willing, when we make requests to the universe and we show up curious and willing, and just we have the opportunity to receive, right? That's my favorite way to say it. We have the opportunity to receive. Curiosity and willingness are the only things that do this. Empty-handed. Otherwise, I'm giving something, right? So you don't get the difference between the two mudras, Shirt Shop. It's really just the hand positions. In part, it's the hand positions, and in part, it's what the mudra does for your energy circuits. So here, let's briefly, why do mudras work? What do mudras do? You, the elements in your system have channels that run through each of your fingers. Fire, air, ether, earth, and water. So depending on when I use mudras, what I'm doing is redirecting those channels and either energizing them or bringing them in or connecting the circuit, right? Changing the direction. The hand position help you breathe, heal your body. I need one for self-doubt. So the throat chakra is about our truth, right? And if we doubt our truth, we can address it in the throat chakra, but we can also address it in the solar plexus, because our solar plexus is our center for will. This says, I can, right? This is my center for figuring out if I can get up and climb up those stairs to get what I want. If I can go and push somebody down when they're being mean to me, right? This is the physical expression of our will. It's our first physical expression of our will. And it starts to develop between the ages of about 2, 3, 4, 5. So what do we see when we see 2-year-olds in their full energetic glory? That's your solar plexus. That's them saying, what can I do in the world? And how does the world respond to what I do? Tammy, isn't the black moon about your truth as well? The new moon is an opportunity for us to go into and sit with our shadow self, which is often where our truth exists, because if we've hidden our truth, then our truth exists in the shadow self. And that's why shadow work is really important. Another way to address the shadow self is to work on the back chakras. Any sort of yoga or massage or other practices that address your back can help to align the shadow aspect of your chakras. Red Mama Yeti, I always seem to meet beautiful people so far away without the physical. Throws me off a bit. I don't know how to explain it myself either right now. Okay, so we were talking about the two differences, right? So the difference is in this one, I'm bringing those circuits inward. The circuit for air, ether, earth, and water. I'm bringing them all in toward the palms. So creating a kind of cyclone, a kind of, what's what I'm looking for? Vortex of that energy. Ajna, you're very sweet, but it's a very funny spot for you to be sitting right there. Yep, this is the mudra, the Vishuddha chakra mudra. This is the one specifically for the throat chakra, bringing all those energy in. And then we connect air and fire to keep that stuff circulating through our systems. So with the Grantita mudra, we are doing similar with less intensity. We are interlacing those. We're not bringing them inward for that, but we're still crossing over those channels and then connecting that air and fire here. So this one is less intense than the Vishuddha chakra mudra. Thank you for asking, my friend. So another one we can use is called the Ushas Mudra. The Ushas Mudra is the mudra for productivity, and does work with the throat chakra as well, allowing creativity to flow through from the solar plexus. So the Ushas Mudra helps pull this energy from the solar plexus up through our creative center, up through our expressive center here. And that one is done, again, very similar. And these 3 mudras, please, 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 if you want to like inform or if you want to really learn about these things, get yourself a journal and practice these things. Practice them for at least 5 minutes, because it takes about 5 minutes for that energy to circulate through your system. The longer you practice, the more it will resonate within you, the more familiar you'll get with these things. But Ushas Mudra, interlace the fingers like so. No interlocking circles. You can hold it here up at the throat. You can also hold it here in front of your solar plexus. Think about this. What is this? What is that? That's sitting there interlacing your fingers. How many of us already do that? How many of us do it in meetings and more serious situations? This is the Ushas Mudra, the mudra for productivity, and helps to lift the energy from our solar plexus up through our creative center, up through the throat. We may find, this is why it's important to keep a journal. You may find when you use this mudra, the Ushas Mudra, if self-esteem is something that feels uncomfortable for you, self-esteem feels a little uncomfortable, speaking my truth from a grounded, trusting in myself place, that's what I'm really working on. That's something that I've been working on a lot. Thank you guys for all being here for the journey by coming and teaching online. But that means that when I sit here again, yes, Tammy, the Ushas Mudra again is just interlacing the fingers and crossing those thumbs and either resting it in front of your solar plexus or holding it up here in front of your throat. You don't want to hold it or you don't want to close it. There's no need for tension, because tension does not get held very long in our systems. Ooh, immediately as I squeezed that, it hurt my shoulders. Tension does not belong in your system. Your system is not meant to hold tension. One of the reasons we experience chronic conditions, chronic pain, chronic whatever, is because we're constantly holding tension in our body when it's not meant to be. It's like holding in a belt, just like holding in a fart, right? I used to always be tense too. And this is what changed everything. I tried so many different directions to get myself back to a place, not back to, but out of constant pain, out of constant tension in my brain, in my body, in my voice, in my breath, in my life. It almost pissed me off for how long I've been working on it, to find out that it's here. That I start by releasing the tension here first. When it arises in my system, I blow it away. The brain, tense. Oh, wait. It might sound trite, but those breaths are exceptionally powerful, are one of the most foundational tools that you have to heal and align and to bring yourself back into, not again, I say back, and most of us haven't even been there before, right? To bring yourself into alignment. That's okay. Lost sound. Everybody have sound? Viva, yes. So I am live on TikTok and YouTube every Saturday from 10 a.m. until I don't know. We usually go several hours, sometimes 5 or 6. Replays for the Inner Light series are on YouTube. I am Move with Change on YouTube and Patreon. I encourage you to go follow me in both places. I don't know what's happening with TikTok, but TikTok still, and more so now, does not like my content. Again, what I'm sitting here sharing with you is how to detach yourself from the hooks that things like TikTok, Facebook, all sorts of things get into you so that they can control you. And they don't like me telling you what they're doing. It's like walking around in the Matrix and telling everybody that you're hooked up to a system that's siphoning your energy, and that's why you feel so terrible. And the Matrix going, shh, stop. In Oz, stop pulling back the curtain, right? So for this Inner Light series this year, which is all the classes this year, it's been a little rocky because we've had some life stuff going and I'm doing this mostly by myself. Yeah, they are all, I have kept them all available. I'm pretty sure I have them all open on YouTube so that you guys can go through all the stuff from this year. I do have a replay membership for the last 2 years of classes as well. So if you grab that replay membership, it's here, or you can also grab it on here on TikTok. Remember, TikTok takes up to 60% of what I make on here. So if you want to go to Patreon instead, that'd be awesome. Yeah. Yes. Long answer, yes. They're available on YouTube. And I have several more years of classes available on YouTube through membership. Hey, Red Mama Yeti, I'm fasting today. My son and I were just talking yesterday about fasting over Thanksgiving this year, doing something different there. Margarita, I love when I can feel the energy. It's like buzzing. Yes. So it's important that we re-inform ourselves, right? It's important that we notice. And so when you notice these things, say you're using this practice, the Ushas Mudra, for me, this is a bit uncomfortable. It kind of feels like a knot in my belly, and it feels like something's trying to, like gas. It feels like something's trying to come up from my solar plexus when it's all, because it's blocked. Because my throat chakra and this stuff, I've got other stuff that I'm still aligning. I'm still healing. I'm still bringing myself into alignment, right? So when I experience this thing, I can note that those sensations are terrible. Or I can note that there's tension, that there is simply a sensation. I don't have to name it. What if it's just an experience? And what if every experience I have, I just go, oh, interesting. Ooh, wow. Cool. Huh. Did you feel that? Keep a journal. If you don't keep a journal, even if you do, whatever, when you have these experiences, when you hold this mudra, when you do this practice, when you take those 5 breaths, whatever practice you're doing, give it all of your attention, because that is how you retrain your brain, right? And the brain is the brain's part of this switch, what is it called? Relay switches for all of these triggers. So you retrain your brain by sitting in those experiences and going, oh, there is movement. I don't have to name it. I don't have to blame it. I don't have to shame it. I don't have to push away, and I don't have to attach to it either. No story needed, just experience. I'm sitting here doing this because this is all, another mudra here too. And as an energy worker, right, I am very comfortable with feeling these things. And even in that comfort, I still sit with my practice, sit like this, and notice all of the sensations as if they are the first time I've experienced them. Wow. How powerful. Viva, this is such an incredible mudra to do. Oh my gosh, easy. Thank you. This one is so cool. You are very welcome. I love the Ushas Mudra for me particular because I got a typical, I guess, girl upbringing in the States where I was taught that I'm not allowed to have power. I'm not allowed to be loud. I'm not allowed to set boundaries. My body does not belong to me. I'm not safe just by existing. I was taught a lot of those narratives. And so it caused my energy to develop patterns to protect me. It shielded my heart. It sent energy up from my lower chakras because it wasn't safe to be down here in my personal power or in pleasure and joy and nourishment or in safety. And so all that energy comes up. And as a young girl in the States, in the West, we discover that when we start pouring our heart out to everybody with all of our feelings and caring for everyone and all of these, and the only thing we do is to care for others, so that the solar plexus just pours out here instead of making it up to the throat. This develops my habits, my patterns later on in life. And it means that I become the martyr, the caregiver, constantly just dumping all of my energy, all I'm doing, right? And then listen, I know you've heard the narrative. I give so much to others. How come nobody gives back to me? Oops. It's because my chakra system is pouring all that energy out in such an excess that it's very difficult for me to receive that. And previous experiences taught me that what love made me hurt, made me scared. So my system again, is protecting me from those repeat experiences, but also it's going to stay in the patterns that are familiar until you give it another option. You are your own guru. You are the first mate to your captain, to your higher self. And for most of us, our energy pulled up from those lower places and lives up here in the heart or lives up here in the third eye, right? If we intellectualize things, if we're constantly overthinking and busy brain sort of stuff, if we think that this is the only route to get us to our truth and our wholeness and our healing, then we're probably excessive in the brow chakra. Excessive in the brow chakra means it's difficult to receive wisdom and insight. And for those of you who've lived so many years up in the brain trying to figure shit out, you go, how do I know? What do you mean intuition? Trust my gut. Sometimes maybe I can't even feel my gut. Be in my body, ground in my body. Ugh, that feels really weird. That feels really gross. I don't think I want to be. See, it gives me chills. I'm still working on grounding my body. Because my body, when I was a child, as a young girl, was not mine. It does not belong to me. Other people can do whatever they want with it. And that narrative continued throughout my life, partially because I recognized that as familiar. So to be in my body meant to be experiencing the pain and the fear that pulled me out of it. Because my body says, the world is dangerous. People can just take what they want from you. And you can't say or do anything about it. The couple of instances where I have actually been assaulted as an adult, the hardest thing for me to hold in my heart afterwards was that I didn't defend myself. We talk about what we would do if somebody attacked us, or how we would defend ourselves, right? We might think about it, as I did as a child, over and over and over again, laying in bed in every situation, thinking to myself, if someone comes and tries to take me, if someone comes and does this thing, every room I walked into, my brain saying, if somebody comes and does this, if somebody robs the place, whatever, what are we going to do? How are we going to defend ourselves? And then it actually occurred, and my solar plexus disappeared. Not really disappeared, but I ragdolled. I went blank. My body went limp. And I checked out. That's my energy trying to protect me. That's my energy trying to protect me. Not my body failing me, but my energy trying to protect me. And if I realize it's my energy trying to protect me, then I understand that I have to build trust in a way with my system so that I don't feel like I constantly need to be protected. The most insidious thing I think about our culture is that we encourage parents to traumatize our children, that we have practices and accepted ways of raising each other that are directly related to you being out of balance. What are some of these examples? Taco Ramirez, what's behind you? What's behind me? This is all info about the throat chakra. We're talking about the throat chakra this month. We're also talking about the whole energy system. We're also talking about the way that your energy system gets manipulated to build the imbalanced, confused, lost, scared you that we often end up becoming later on in life. So Glitterbee, really great thought. I wonder where people got the idea for the damaging practices. Well, it's about control. Hang out, Taco. So let's look at some cultural narratives, and feel free to drop them in the chat too. Some cultural practices that are detrimental, right? That we now understand are harmful. There's one right there. The cry it out method is one that I talk about a lot because it was a really popular one and really pushed by, it was really pushed during a certain era or two, right? So what does a cry it out method do? Why is that so insidious? So during those first 6 months of life, when people are typically doing the cry it out method, 6 months to a year, when we're doing that parenting practice, what is the energy trying to do? We just did this earlier. And I'm in my root and I'm safe. I'm a little infant and I'm feeling fine, right? And it's time for a nap. So a side note there is that the culture says you have to sleep at certain times whenever I say you sleep, not when you feel tired, right? And only allowed to sleep for so long so you don't ruin your bedtime time and stuff like that. So there's one piece where we start to manipulate our systems out of our own rhythms, right? We teach our children to forget their rhythms through that one. Let's start with that one. So I'm in my root chakra. It's time for me to go lay down. Well, I don't want to go lay down. I'm enjoying connection. The cry it out method also includes isolating the child, right? So at that earliest stage, remember a couple of things. The brain is in the theta brain waves. It means the child's brain is in the REM sleep time, what we call REM sleep time as adults. So it's not fully experiencing reality in the same way that we might talk about it. Secondly, the brain at that stage does not have a temporal aspect to it. It doesn't yet understand the passing of time. So when you leave an infant on their own, there's no before and after. Their brain does not have the foresight or the insight to be able to perceive or assume or remember those things because it's just not even there functioning yet. Further, the brain also, wait. Oh, come on. Here's my brain. The brain also does not have object permanence yet. Object permanence requires that insight for me to know that when you leave the room and close the door, that you're still out there doing something else. Because the brain and the body is very egocentric. The only experience that child is really having is a very selfish ego me experience. That's part of grounding into your body. It's the enculturation process. It's the child development process we all go through. So during that time, the cry it out method does several different things, right? It not only disconnects me from my natural rhythm by you telling me when I have to sleep and for how long. And then it puts me into a state of perpetual fear. I am there being totally consumed by my need for connection. And maybe it's because I'm not tired, or maybe it's because I am tired, right? Because we are humans and humans need connection, especially at that early stage. At the early stage, one of the only ways to feel safe is to have that closeness, because that, as an evolutionary thing, right? If the baby is out by itself in the field, obviously they're scared. Obviously it's not safe. You need to be close to someone who's going to care for you. That's biology. That's evolution at its work, right? Putting those instincts in there. So then you're thwarting that. And then again, you're leaving the child alone for a perpetual amount of time that they can't really conceive of. And what you're telling their system is no matter how much you cry, ain't nobody going to help you. You think you can just cry about it and somebody's going to come save you? That's not very Western culture, is it? No. You're not valuable just because you exist. You don't get your needs met just because you're a human. No. There are no basic rights that humans have. No, you have to work for it. You got to work for it. So those first two chakras in the West, we end up severely damaging through things like the cry it out method, through circumcision, through our eating habits. The ways that we stick children into 3 meal times a day or X amount of nursing times a day, and you have to X amount of ounces for each of those things. And how many times have we been raised on, or have we done to our own children? Come on, one more bite because the doctor told me, or the book told me, or the web told me that you're supposed to eat this much. And I'm worried that I'm a bad parent if you don't eat this much. The cultural narrative then perpetuates itself. And what I'm teaching my child, or what I was taught by receiving that, was to ignore my body's sense of hunger, to ignore when I'm full or satisfied. With my son, I specifically said, I don't use the word full. We use satisfied. Are you satisfied? And if that's a small meal, let it be a small meal, because sometimes we do not need as much fuel. We are dynamic, but the system, the paradigm, whatever, wants to fit you in a box so it's easier to categorize you and send you your care package of food, whatever it is, right? Oh, all you need is X amount of vegetables, X amount of starch, X amount of dairy, all things that are also paid for by those industries that want to push those things. That was a big thought. Deb, hey Deb, Eric Erickson's first stage of development. Yes, trust versus mistrust. And this is why, right? This is why I connected those dots here in my book, Energy for Sale, the energetic blueprint for consumer conditioning. Because when I went to college to study child development, I found that the exact same thing, the question of trust versus mistrust, is the exact same question of the root chakra. Not this one, the root chakra. Same thing as we go through every other one. Trust versus mistrust, in connection versus guilt, right? Is that second one. The second chakra is where we feel guilty for wanting to be connected, for wanting to have fun or experience pleasure. The solar plexus is about industry versus inferiority. Can I do something, or do I feel inferior to others? The stages of development align perfectly with all the chakras. And that was a huge light bulb moment for me. I was like, whoa, if this develops on those same timelines that we fully accept as understanding of our developments, and we look at the hierarchy of needs of the needs that need to be met so that we can self-actualize, I see exactly what's happening. Yes, let's see. Snack. I'm catching up here. Margarita, that was a big one for me. I was shamed for snacking and then forced to finish my food. Yep, similar. I was always forced to finish my food, and my sister became the one who would hide and snack. So she ended up serving herself, like make herself feel better through it, and I ended up not. My trigger was to not eat. I would refuse to eat. I'd go on freaking, as a kid, little fasting, whatever it's called, hunger strikes. Interesting, the different ways that our systems express these things, right? Okay, I'm catching up on comments here. I saw a question or two. Truth and just us. Can you maybe explain the difference between the creativity from the throat chakra versus the sacral chakra? Yes. So as we were talking about earlier, here I'll pin you, and then hopefully I can catch a bunch of comments. I'll try to keep it. Okay, there you go. See you later, Margarita. Thank you so much for joining us. Okay. The sacral chakra and the throat chakra are two gates to a channel of creativity. The creativity that we can express through the throat chakra is grounded in our ability to be flexible, to be playful, right? And to experience pleasure and joy, which comes from our creative expression, right? That creative expression is connected to our ability to experience those things too. So we talk about it like this. The sacral chakra is the gate inward, whereas the throat is the gate outward. Why? Because when I am in my earliest experiences, I'm in my root chakra. And then when I feel fear, right? When I feel uncomfortable, I lift up into my sacral. And my sacral says, I have a need. I feel something. And it's the first time that we reach out. Through a cry, through a grab, through whatever, we reach out to ask for nourishment, help, support, comfort, pleasure, joy, right? Help me feel better. Help me regulate my emotional self so I can find the truth of my essence underneath. We identify so much with our emotional body when it's not actually the essence of who we are. They are programmed triggers. They become our ego characters and our personality traits, but the true essence of you often lives layers underneath that, because these become the misalignments that I use to protect myself out in the world that's scary, dangerous, or whatever. So when we have that juicy sacral chakra that feels balanced and nourished, and we believe that the universe is abundant, because when we need something, it generally, gets satisfied through some means or another. It makes it so much easier for us to then balance our energy, balance our will, balance my actions. If I feel safe in the world, or I feel nourished and abundant, I'm going to behave differently than if I don't feel like the universe is like that. If I feel like the universe is stingy and selfish and doesn't help me and doesn't support me, then I'm probably going to end up being much more aggressive with this energy, or I'm going to reduce the energy to somewhere else where I can get those needs met. For example, the heart chakra. Some of us do that in the heart chakra. So that also means that if these are out of balance, then when my truth expresses, when my creativity expresses itself through my throat chakra, it may not be in line with my essence. This is where we get, me not knowing how to speak my truth, me not knowing how to set boundaries or make, requests of somebody. For example, for me, I feel like I'm being mean, just saying to somebody, hey, I don't like the way you behaved like this. I need this or that, or this and whatever, or this doesn't feel good to me, or I want this. Sometimes those are so difficult for me to get out of here because the imbalance is down here, because I don't feel safe enough to do so. I don't think the universe is going to respond to me in a positive way. I feel like I'm not loved, and the only value is in my express chakra, that kind of stuff, right? So we can see our misalignment in our personality habits, in the tension that happens in our systems, as well as our ability to just feel comfortable in that. Do you feel comfortable speaking in front of a large group of people? Do you feel comfortable being vulnerable with your feelings and about your truth? Do you feel comfortable asking for what you need and telling people when you're not okay with something? Deb writes, I went to college between 2002 and am still taking courses here and there. And Eric Erickson is absolutely taught in classes. You can go find information on him at all. I don't know. I've never heard that he wasn't allowed or forbidden. Maybe in more recent years with book burning becoming a thing, maybe people are doing that. But it is also, it is one of the things that at the same time, though, you can go buy Edward Bernays' book. Edward Bernays is also, as Edward Bernays is considered the father of modern marketing, and he is very plain and direct, just like you can find a video on YouTube that plainly and very directly says, here's how to manipulate your audience. Here's how you're being manipulated. They're all over the internet. They're all over our texts, and they're still taught in schools as far as I'm concerned, but as far as my experience has been. But thank you for letting me know. I mean, maybe there's something changed more recently, but. Truth and Justice is a book. So I think I did put it in my TikTok showcase. I would encourage everybody, if you can, to go follow the link here on the screen, or I think it might be in my bio or on my Patreon page, just because TikTok takes up to 60% of what I make on here. And this is my first time trying with the shop, and I don't know what they're going to take. I don't know how much it's going to be. And since this is kind of my full-time thing, I would appreciate if you guys would support me by going directly to the publisher. Unfortunately, it is Amazon. I'm sorry to send you there to spend that money there. However, next Saturday, I will be doing a raffle for a signed copy of the book. And remember, anybody who buys the book, the only way you can access it is if you have the book. I have a QR code in the back. And that is going to, once we get moved and settled, it's going to lead to a monthly Q&A and practice session. The only way to get into that Q&A and practice session is to have the physical copy of the book. But it'll be a little while before I get there. Again, we're in big transition, moving stuff. And right now, I'm just hoping all of you can, if you want to, again, go grab this book and ask your questions, drop your questions on my content, message me and say, I had somebody message me and say, oh no, after I read everything, I feel like I'm really out of balance. And I'm so grateful you did, because I was able to respond, right? I was able to respond and support you in the moment on that. But it's still available on Amazon right now. Ooh, the Jelly Fox. Hey, friend. Something happened after my Saturn return. My throat chakra is functioning in ways I didn't expect. Now I'm trying to remember which planets are associated with. There's so many of these, like if you want to go down the esoteric rabbit hole of all the connections to each of the chakras and how it's connected to and modeled in all these other ways in our life. I don't remember where Saturn is, but your Saturn return is that huge heavenly body, which I actually was listening to somebody recently talk about how Saturn is actually a balance of our yang and yin energy, of masculine, feminine energy. We often look at it as like a masculine energy, but there's this other aspect. I was listening to something the other day, so now I don't remember all the details. But our Saturn return is an opportunity for us to re-examine, for us to meet ourselves again after this 30-year stage of development, right? And a lot happens. I mean, your chakra system, your cognitive body, your physical body, they all keep developing until early to mid 20s, right? So by the time you hit that 30-year mark, you're officially done developing, like in terms of your basic foundational developments. So, and for anybody else who's experiencing those shifts, I would encourage you to maybe not focus so much on the story of why or how or if Saturn has a connection to the throat chakra, but really just notice where you experience the tension and use tools to help release that tension. Meet it with curiosity and willingness, right? Just like a belch, just like a fart, just let it go. Okay, I said that, but it triggered something for me. Letting it go is one thing, like the experience, the tension, letting it go is one thing. But letting it go, I don't mean letting it go in terms of denying your truth and your experience. I encourage you to both let the tension go as well as hold space for whatever other things are happening underneath the tension. Self-talk, fear, anxiety, hunger, that kind of stuff that's going on underneath. Awesome. Yay, Deb writes, thank you so much for getting the book. Woohoo. Truth and just us. How do you contend with belief versus magical thinking when it comes to all this knowledge? So what's really interesting. Awesome. You're welcome, Jelly Fox. Let me pin you again so I can keep an eye on this one here. Okay. What's the best way to hide the truth? Is just to tell everybody that's bad and scary and wrong and dangerous and tell them to run the other way. The study of the energy body, we have records of it as far back as 1500 BC. The practices, when we use them and when we still, Vedic science, yogic philosophy, Ayurveda, these kinds of things, they all work through and off of this system. We have modern day institutions that are working on studying this system and how to address it, how to alignment, how to heal it, and what it actually does. We know that, for example, the heart is made up of, the type of cells that the heart is made up of are called defibrillator cells. Not the entire heart, but the heart has defibrillator cells in it. Those defibrillator cells themselves go bubble, 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 bubble. When you put a bunch of defibrillator cells together, that creates your heartbeat. That creates that dynamic heartbeat that you have. If you take a defibrillator cell away and put it by itself, it starts kind of atrophy. So they need to be together, right? What happens when all those defibrillator cells start pumping? It actually creates the toroidal field of energy that we can also measure, that we have around our bodies, that the planet has around its body. We understand that we have magnetic poles. Everything in the universe is split by these magnetic poles. And we also recognize, now that we're not so, I guess, heliocentric or maybe material centric now, we understand that the majority of the material in the universe is actually energy. It's a small fraction of the universe that is made up of material matter, dense matter. if this is an easy, direct, clear way and effective for you to discover your personal power, for you to clear away all the fear and the disbelief and the whatever, or the magical thinking or the confusion, if this is so effective, why would they share it with you if they want you to pay for a doctor and they want you to buy into all the external material things that represent the things that you want? They don't want your actual healing. A controlling class would not want your actualization, would not want your personal strength, would not want you to know the truth of the personal power that you actually have, because somebody who's self-actualized with that much personal power is almost uncontrollable. It's like trying to do psychological manipulation on a monk who has fantastic alignment with their truth. It's a lot more difficult to manipulate your system. But if we start from the beginning, because we know the psychology of how we develop, we know the psychology of the needs that we have, we know the psychology, we know the philosophy, not the philosophy, we know the energetics and how that structure works too. So if we just use those things to manipulate you in the first place, well, then you're fodder for my fire. Then I can put your nose to the wall and you'll be a slave to my propaganda for the rest of your life. And if I get a bunch of you to do that, then you're all going to keep each other in line anyway, and I can step back and reap the rewards. Please stop kicking the thing. If you'd like to stay there, that's fine, but it shakes the camera. Okay. Hun, sitting here is not an invitation to chat a bunch. Okay.
Something really exciting.
Okay, what's really exciting?
I have a wiggly tooth.
Another wiggly tooth? Awesome. Daggone, this is insidious. That's what made me angry, was when I was gifted my family in a lineage of energy work, and I was constantly told that what I knew and experienced from a firsthand experience was bullshit. I was the kid who would walk into a classroom, and if one of the kids was sick, I would start feeling sick. I had a very codependent energy, because I was constantly reaching out for safety and connection and security, which is what I didn't have as in my home environment. So it was so intense that my energy was reaching out for it, and I was able to connect and experience these things. Plus, I was actually taught how to intentionally move that energy and how to intentionally adjust that energy. But my mother also told me, don't you dare tell them what you know. She goes, this is not the information they want everybody to have. She goes, and if you do tell them, if they do know you know this, so her warning was they'll take you away, right? But we had an ancestor who was burned in the Salem witch trials for energy. We've been practicing energy for generations, and constantly I'm just considering whether or not I want to open that rabbit hole right now and talk about that history and those things that occurred because of it. I don't think I need to share those things right now. Plus, TikTok doesn't like when I talk about the experiences that I had because of being connected to that lineage and because of being gifted with that early. But it essentially was like living outside of the glass box, right? I was constantly trying to get back in, but at the same time, I was only trying to get back in to pull people out, because it was like watching everybody I knew stuck in these little not concrete boxes, and clear plexiglass boxes, and not realize that they were just fighting themselves inside of there. And even more so, painting their walls to see the world this way or that way, or tinting the glass so that they could see the world this way or that way. And I'd sit in there knocking on people's walls like, can I come into the out now? Will you come into the out now? Jelly Fox, I'd like to hold space for that for a moment. That hit my heart. That struck my heart. And I really appreciate you saying so. Loving remembrance for those that built the foundation and gave their lives for the cause. everything that you need for your healing is alive and well within you. Everything that needs healing is alive and well within you from your lifetime as well as from previous ones, because you get that genetically. That stuff is written into your systems. So when we pause for that moment of loving remembrance, of gratitude to those who came before us and pushed us to this place, you can tap into that energy that still lives, the vibration that still lives inside of you. Thich Nhat Hanh wrote about this many years ago when he was talking about missing his grandmother who had passed. And he was remembering a conversation they had where he had hurt her feelings. He said that he realized he had been mean and it was so unnecessary, and it just weighed so heavy on his heart. And in a meditation, he heard so clearly, he understood, like we do sometimes in those moments, the clarity came as a wave, and he realized his grandma was here. So he closed those eyes and looked into that space, into his heart space, spent some time with his grandma, and was able to heal this weight that he'd been carrying in his heart. I also lead something I call dream journeying, which is akin to that practice in coaching. We do it in group coaching. We do it in private coaching. If you're interested in those things, those are available on Patreon. Everything from you that you need for your healing, from your lineage, from your lifetime, from yesterday, or from however long ago that you came through, right? It's alive in the patterns. It's alive in the background talk. It's alive in the beliefs and the way you look at the world. That old narrative that says you can't change the system, right? And that humans are meant to be controlled and we're naturally mean and divisive. Those things have been otherwise studied and proved false. But the paradigm, but the narrative tells you otherwise because it benefits the ruling class. Glitterbee, the dream journeys are unlike anything I've ever experienced before. I'm just going to pin you because I really appreciate that. Thank you, my friend. Hey, Glenn. Deb writes, this is exactly my challenge right now, how to stop reaching out to everyone else's energy to make sure I can please them and be safe. Absolute common narrative in the West, especially as a woman, as a female, right? You get this message that the only way that you are loved is in the things that you do for other people, is in the way that you hold space for other people, is how much you forgive and accept of other people. First and foremost, recognize that that is not the way your system is meant to function. Your system is not meant to dump your energy into somebody else's cup. My favorite way to put this is you have your cup, your vessel, and if we're doing this back and forth between each other, we're just sharing old stale milk. That is not the divine, that is not the source energy that our systems run on. So how do I share source energy? When we do energy work, that's what we are sharing, because we are clearing the channels and using those channels in our system to be a vessel for that energy. You are receiving that energy. Hey, Mel, welcome. I'm glad you're here. Thank you. So having those channels open, right? Having those channels clear allows that energy to come in more. And this also relates to that piece of fill your cup first. When you fill your cup first, what happens? You fill it with that source energy so that it naturally overflows to others. It is not actually a loving act to be self-sacrificing for another. Sorry, dog lay down. It's not a loving act to be self-sacrificing for others, especially when it's so constant. Do we occasionally, does the time come, place come where we may feel like we need to make a sacrifice for somebody or not? That's your decision to make. But as a constant practice of just dumping your own energy and being exhausted by trying to give everything to everybody else, all you're doing is not all you're doing, but what you're doing is you're blocking your ability to receive love back. And you're also pouring this stale milk into someone else's cup that's not going to actually satisfy them. And they're going to keep coming back to you for more. This is how we end up in codependent relationships. And it's also why narcissists really like empaths, is because we are pouring out this energy, and their energy is so deficient in the heart chakra that feels so good. They go, oh, I love an empath. You're so juicy. You're so sweet to me. You just fill my cup. And no matter how shitty I treat you, you still keep forgiving me. That means I can feel good in my overblown solar plexus, which says I'm the best. I'm in control. It doesn't matter anybody else's feelings. You can both stay out of alignment. And that's where we end up with the codependent. Some people call, say twin flame relationships are so dangerous. Yes, because you can end up in that constant cycle of how good it feels for me to constantly do the thing that I was told was true and right and good for me, but it's not. And they continue to do the thing that felt is right and good for them, but not. So you just remain out of balance, constantly feeding each other insecurity. Can it be used as a mirror to see where our insecurities are? Yes. And do we have the unique opportunity to heal each other through twin flame relationships? Yes. That other person, for example, with the solar plexus and the heart, right? I know how to express this chakra energy, this heart chakra. I know how to open. I know how to give. I don't know how to receive so well. And maybe I don't know how to stand in my confidence so well. Can we teach each other these things by modeling and by sharing and by, yes. It's a beautiful opportunity to do that. Parents, both jars. Let me see what I missed. So this is also why it's really important to understand where your imbalances are, right? To notice where the energy that you excessively pour out of a chakra is leading you down a path of imbalance, of perpetual imbalance, where it's perpetuating the pattern that's not working for you. If I'm struggling with boundaries, I will end up in relationships and situations again and again and again where people push past my boundaries. But the situations where people push past my boundaries are also opportunities for me to stand more fully in my truth and for me to practice setting those boundaries. Having safe people around me, having a community around me, having people I can trust around me to experiment with my experience, to maybe experiment with setting boundaries or experiment with receiving. Like I said earlier, I have a very, very abundant, generous, loving relationship in my life right now with a friend. And it's not just that they give no matter what, that they share with me no matter what. It's that they share, and when I say, oh, I'm afraid that you sharing is going to trigger something, or it makes me feel scared right now that you're sharing, that we both hold space and say, let's meet this with curiosity and willingness. Because my intention is not to make you feel scared. And so if me giving to you generously is making you feel scared in the moment, I'm not going to do that. Not out of selfishness or anything like that, but out of honesty and respect for you. My job as your friend is not to trigger you. Dang, nice to know grown-ups. I think we're all raising ourselves. This is what this whole thing is raising ourselves. And the culture would like to keep us perpetually infantile. What is the narrative of the culture perpetuate but a very imbalanced relationship with a parental kind of figure? Big daddy, big brother, government who controls and tells you what to do or how to be. And religion has been doing that for a lot longer than the government has. It's meant to put you in a state of feeling less than and lower than and subservient to a particular power. I have never found that to be the truth. As a reverend of 11 years and somebody who spent my entire life building a relationship with God and exploring other religions, the essence of our truth is not that we are meant to be in servitude, that we are meant to contort ourselves to fit to other people's expectations. What an interesting narrative to think that this all-loving, all, pervasive God would create you just for you to suffer. Mm-mm. I think if we hold that in our hearts, we know that that's not truth. Aw, I have done an incredible job at meeting the government's expectations. Okay, but we're also sold the narrative that you won't survive and that there's no other choice. And I want right now for us to brush off the guilt and shame of falling in line. Brush that shit off your shoulders. It's not meant to be a weight on your shoulders. Brush it off your heart. Let that shit go. You were doing the best that you knew how in that moment. This is why knowledge is power, right? You, with the information you had and the experiences you had, your system was trying to keep you safe. And sometimes the best way to stay safe is to fall in line. When you don't have the personal power or the tools or the whatever to get yourself to safety once you leave line, right? And a lot of times we end up doing that. We're stuck to the wall, we're following orders, and then we're like, oh shit, this is bad. I don't want to do this. So we try to pull away, and then before you know it, you miss your car payment, you miss your rent payment. Now you have nowhere to live. Now you're on the street and you can't, your car got towed or whatever, and you're like, it's bad. I'm going to run back to the wall and put my nose back on the wall. The system is designed that way. One of my favorite authors tells a story a bit like this. On the bottom of a river, there are all of these little creatures. Hold on. I want to respond here, Candy, really quick. Aloha, friend. Candy, you said, I can't accept criticism because I can work with it, but I can't accept being told that the criticism is wrong. What do you mean? I will tell this story here in just a second. I wanted to address this really quick because I wanted to understand what you're saying. Criticism is about our throat chakra. It's also about our solar plexus chakra. And you're saying that you receive criticism, but if you're told that you're wrong or bad, then it's not criticism you can receive, or constructive. Are you talking about the difference between constructive criticism and just belittling criticism? Oh, so if somebody just changes the narrative, and this is why, honestly, I seek clear mirrors in my life. I want relationships. Let me adjust my words. I only accept relationships with clearer mirrors that I experience as being clear. People who have the ability to say what they mean what they say. And if they say something they don't mean, they come back and adjust with awareness and clarity, not with some gaslighting back and forth. You're this, you're that. Now you are, no, you aren't. That is about their projection and has usually very little to do with you. So that's not a clear mirror. If you've got clear mirrors in your life, they might say to you, hey, what was your example here? Is that you're selfish. If you've got somebody in your life who says you're selfish, right, but it's only to serve their own means, that's different than somebody says, I notice this pattern in your life is very self-serving. Can we reflect on that? What do you think about that? What do you feel about that? I want friends in my life who say, hey, this thing you're doing seems to me to be out of alignment. What do you think? Because I can't see my back. I can't see the back of my head. So I can't see my teeth. So I need a friend to go, hey, you got something in your teeth. Hey, your hair is all ratted in the back. Oh, thanks. The same thing for our energy, the same thing for our ego and our emotional patterns and things like that. Hey, Cade. Okay, now I'm going to tell this story. Candy, you're wired to think something is wrong with you. Most of us in the West are. It's part of the narrative. It's part of the culture. And this is why I encourage you to hang out in here, because we really, really, really push away. We try to really deconstruct that narrative. There is not something intrinsically wrong with you. Your system has been manipulated and wired in a way so that it constantly feels like there is that invisible tiger that's constantly chasing us through the jungle. That is the result of the system misaligning us in a way that keeps us literally operating at some fucking 45-degree or less angle, getting through life and being like, why am I tired? Why do I hurt? Why is it tense? Why am I scared? Why do I feel lost? Because you're operating at less than 45 degree 45% of your energy. It's not here. The system purposely does not want you to be here, so it knocks you down at every chance. And if it tells you, if it gets in there in your brain that there is something intrinsically wrong with you, then you will constantly be searching for what's wrong with you instead of building that strength of what's right and what's good and what's our truth, right? So I just encourage you to just, again, brush that shit away. And and it doesn't go away just by brushing it away. The way we realign that is in every single little moment when that narrative comes up. Next time you hear, something, I'm just broken. I encourage you to meet that like you would meet a friend. If your best friend came to you and said, I'm just fucking broken and I'll never be repaired, how would you speak to them? Speak that way to yourself. Just start there. Simple rewiring practices. Most important, when it comes up, meet it directly with curiosity and willingness first. Yes, large, we are already whole. We just need to realize it. We have everything you need for your healing is available within you. You are a whole and dynamic and functioning system that has just been suppressed, right? Yeah, okay, all right. So let me go ahead and tell this story then. I love you guys. Illuminati. Even your name, you say I do bad things and use all my energy for it. Depends on what bad means bad. Bad to the culture, bad to you, bad to some twisted morality, or bad because you actually is not for you. Okay. At the bottom of the river lived all of these little creatures. And these creatures knew nothing but clinging. They held on tight to the rocks, to the reeds, to each other, as the flow of that river, a torrent of water, flew overhead, right? Flew past them, moved past them. They did everything they could every day, all the time, to resist the flow. That's what every little creature did. That's what they all told each other to do. And when anyone slipped or let go or couldn't hold on any longer, what everyone saw was that one little creature would detach and then immediately be dragged and bounced along the rocks. It looks painful and scary. And so they hold on tighter and they tell every new generation the stories about how if you let go, you're just going to float down. You're not even going to, you're going to get bashed against the rocks. They make scary and painful and awful. You can't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. But eventually there's always that one that comes with the clarity of self, with the drive for something to say, there must be something else. I cannot accept this as the whole truth. I have to let go. And the other creatures are going to go, no. We love you and we care about you. Please, we want you to stay safe. Anything that we can do to support you, I'll even hold on to you and help you stay connected and help you stay here as long as you can rebuild your strength and get back up, right? Come on, please don't do it. Please don't do it. And that one says, I know for sure that I will die hanging on for the rest of my life. I'm willing to take that risk because ultimately we don't know what happens when that other being, little creature, rolls out of existence. Yes, we see it get held on the rocks. I get that, but what's beyond that? What's past that? And where is the river going? It's coming from somewhere. Doesn't it go somewhere too? Why are we spending our entire lives clinging here? So inevitably, the one lets go. Amid the protest of everyone who loves them and everybody else who's clinging, it lets go. And the first thing that happens is it gets smacked into the rocks and dragged along the bottom and pulled through the reeds. But as it continues to be pulled down the river, it continues to refuse to hold back on. Maybe occasionally gripping and going, oh, fuck. I don't know if this is the right idea or not. Maybe I should climb my way back. Nope. What happens as it allows the river to pull it down, it naturally begins to float, right? That flow of the river can pull things up off the riverbed. And as it begins to be lifted from the riverbed, lifted from the rocks, lifted from the reeds, it experiences for the first time a peace, an ease, a presence, a strength, being in flow with the river rather than constantly resisting it. And as it's being dragged down the river, it goes over and sees all these other little creatures down the river clinging and holding on. And when it sees them, it yells down, let go, let go. All you got to do is let go. Look how forgiving, look how freeing, look how generous and strong the river is, how much it supports us and brings us to all of these beautiful experiences and all this. There's so much more than clinging. And those ones clinging say, oh, but you're different than us. You're special. And the culture down below on the bottom will say, that one's special. You're not the same as that one. That one's unique. That one was born differently. That one's from a different place. That one has a different skin color. That one has a different family lineage. That one has more money. That one has whatever the fuck it is. They're different. They're not like you. You have to stay on the bottom and cling. Don't you dare let go. And they'll tell stories about the Messiah who flew by without tension, without fear, some holy, higher than thou creature, but not like us. And they'll tell that story for generations and generations and generations. And eventually that story will also be twisted by generations and generations so that we can become further and further and further away from our access to Christ consciousness. I mean, our ability to float through the river. Andre, what an interesting assumption. I am not a 3 or a 7, but thank you, friend. You're very welcome. Howdy, Haida. I love this analogy because it helps us to see the aspect of self that is available outside of the narrative, right? We have these stories. But what are you told? You're told that Christ is different from you. That's inaccessible. You can't be like Christ. But Christ was saying, we are the same. We are one. Your access to that temple is here and with each other, not through clinging and fighting and resisting, but through aligning ourselves with the flow of the river, finding ease in that. Truth and Just Us. Do you recommend meditation or journaling to discover what we are clinging to? Actually, one of the most powerful things I did as a storyteller and as somebody who's a really visual person too, was to drop the narrative, to stop asking, what am I clinging to? And instead ask, how can I let go? Because any type of clinging, fear or desire, right? Need or want is tension. If there's tension in my system, it's not intended to be there. It's blocking my channels, it's gumming stuff up, and it's eventually will cause pain because tension is not meant to be held in the body. Try it. Ball up your fist and hold that fist really tight. And let's see how long it takes you to be like, ow, my neck, my shoulder, ow, my hand, ow, ow, hold on a minute. That creates suffering. When we get lost in the narrative of what we're clinging to, we can sometimes perpetuate that tension and suffering because we're giving it our attention. So give your attention to the exhale. And we might go again. And as soon as you go again, the practice is learning how to sway the pendulum. Instead of going all the way up here and getting stuck, remember to come back to the other side. As you do this more and more, you will find center because you are constantly passing through it. It's available to you. It's with you right now. Somewhere in your system is that centered, balanced place. And your heart may be over here, and your throat may be up here, and your third eye may be doing something over here. But ultimately, all the parts that you need for alignment are there in your system operating right now. They're just operating on these kind of funny channels. So whenever you notice something gets stuck, something comes up to a wall, something finds a cling, start by exhaling, and then give it your curiosity and willingness. Maybe you'll hear it. Depending on depending on each of us, right? Sometimes I hear my system respond to me. with actual words up here. Sometimes it's just a tension or a feeling in my body. Sometimes it's just a relaxation. Sometimes it's an exhale or a yawn or a fart or a belch or laughter or tears. What if I just met everything that came up with curiosity and willingness without having to get lost in the narrative? That's the brain saying, I'm the boss. I have to know what's wrong. And if I know what's wrong, then I can fix it. That's the ego trying to control. Control, in terms of Vedic sciences, is not about clinging. Control is about allowing, is about being present and intentional with your intention and attention and allowing the flow. Do I recommend meditation and journaling? Absolutely. Absolutely. These can be really powerful tools for helping reflect on ourselves. And again, I've got a journal that I pre-made for you to check in with your energy every day, for you to record these mudras and other tools and record how you feel about them, write them down and keep your own little encyclopedia. That is on my Patreon page if you want it. But I'm not here to push you to get that. I'm here to give you the most basics so you can take the stuff and go run off on your own and enjoy that process. And if you find something interesting or have questions, come back. If you find a point that you want to get into regular coaching and you want to meet with me every single week so we can work through something, let me know. If you want to get together once a month and you're like, hey, I just want to check in once a month because I'm doing all this cool stuff and I don't really need constant what have you. Okay, great. You want to come join us every Monday or whenever for group coaching? Come join us. It is about you finding what is available, what is true for you or not. And the only person who can do that for you is you. Go to be, I don't know this numbered life. Numerology gives you life path numbers and soul urge numbers and things like that, but they're specific to your birth date and other things like that. And this individual does not have that information. So I'm curious as to where that came from, but meditation for everything, honestly. So also let's pull back a little bit from like what the meditation, because here in the West, again, we can have a confused idea of what meditation actually is. And the idea, again, make people run away from it because it's, oh, I'm doing it wrong. I'm not sitting there with perfect peace and perfect ease and a quiet mind. So I must not be meditating. This is why I actually suggest mindfulness first. Because mindfulness is the practice of aligning your intention with your attention and keeping it focused. When you learn to focus those things, I shouldn't say keeping it focused. You align them, and when they come out of alignment, you align them again. When they come out of alignment, you align them again. This is how we retrain our body and our energy and our brain to sit for meditation. Can we receive benefit from sitting in meditation and just doing this again and again? Yes, this is where we start. If you're not doing this and your brain is off a million other places, that's more maybe not so much meditating. And if your brain is doing all these other things or your body feels tense and isn't prepared for meditation and doesn't like to sit that long or it causes other discomforts within your system, then don't go that route first. Start with just the simple intention and attention. Okay, what are those then? If my intention is to do the dishes, to clean the sink of dishes, then I'm going to keep all of my attention on that task. Wash rice, carry water. I'm going to focus on the dishes while I'm doing the dishes. I'm going to experience the smell of the soap, the different textures of the dishes and the food on it, the warmth of the water, the flow of it over my hands or down my arm, maybe the splashes on my chest or my belly or whatever it is. I'm going to give it all of my attention. And so in this practice, when I'm doing the dishes, a normal everyday thing, I don't have to carve out time for a special practice. I don't have to have a mat. I don't have to go to a class. I don't need a teacher. All I need to do is align my intention with my attention during everyday normal things. So if I'm doing my dishes and I have all of my focus here, and then my brain pipes up again, like it likes to do, about previous trauma around being forced to do dishes, or about an argument that I had with a partner of mine while I was doing dishes that was really traumatic, right? Those things live in our body. So what happens as I'm focusing on my dishes? Well, suddenly my attention wants to pull me out of it because we're not used to being here. In the West, we're taught we're supposed to be all over the other place, just rarely ever here. So it goes and runs away. We got shit to do. We got to process this feeling. Did you know this feeling exists in here? We have the kids have to be picked up. What the fuck are you doing paying all your attention to this? You should be planning the bills and how to pay everything. You should be doing math in your head while you're doing dishes. Your attention is actually a finite resource. We also have some cool scientific experiments about your attention and your ability to split your attention. As soon as you split your attention, you are splitting a finite resource. So put 100% on your task. Align your intention with your attention. And this is how we start to walk that path of mindfulness. This prepares us for meditation. And when you find a space and time where you can start to maybe sit down for a few moments or give it more of your attention without it causing chaos in your system, it's okay if you are so resistant to it that you're not ready for it. Remember that you are working to build trust. So if you push yourself to do things you're not ready for, that are scary and uncomfortable and cause more tension, you may perpetuate your own defenses. Now I'm 15 messages behind. Jelly Fox, have a great day. Brando, the funniest of channels, because the universe is like a big, beautiful clown sometimes who loves itself. Honestly, I love that you said that, because I think some of the most profound experiences that I have had in meditation and with mindfulness in general is that when I reach those really centered, buzzing, aligned places within my system and within those practices, it's laughter I hear underneath. If you've ever gotten to yourself to a place in meditation or with other tools and supports that get you there where you can hear the cacophony of the universe, it's laughter, man. It's laughter. And that's why I know all this like rigidity and pulls us out of balance. Truth and just us. Does your intention equal your heart and your attention equal your head? Actually, it depends. I mean, heart-centered intention. Yes, you can pull the energy up through your heart to have the intention expressed that way. But intention would be based down in the balance or imbalance of the lower chakras, and our solar plexus is our center for will, my ability to do stuff. So the combination, it's really a combination of several things, right? My attention, though, is something that we recognize in quantum mechanics. So we're going to go down another rabbit hole here. Quantum mechanics, go look up this double slit experiment, I think it's called. Quantum mechanics understands that when you place your attention on random molecules in the universe, which around you right now are random molecules in the universe, but when you give your attention to something, it almost kind of determines the thing. So it kind of solidifies or freezes that experience. I don't know exactly the wording for it here, but essentially your attention is a kind of light, right? Is a kind of light that you cast onto something. We also know that the structure of the entire universe is that time and space move around light. You've already experienced this. You've already experienced that time and space move around, are adjusted around your attention. Think about it this way. I'm driving home from work and I'm really worried about something that happened at work or what have you, or I'm worried about my kid who's sick at home, whatever it is. And my mind is totally absorbed by whatever it is that's outside of the vehicle. I'm driving myself home, and when I pull into the parking and pull in my driveway, I go, oh shit. I just realized that I missed the last 6 blocks. You did not functionally perceive those things because your attention was where? Elsewhere. Your experience of that space was altered by your attention. The same thing with time. You know that super excited almost Christmas morning feeling, and or almost your birthday feeling, or waiting for something really exciting to happen. You could just barely wait, and time moves so slow because you're constantly waiting for that next. The watched pot never boils. Your attention determines your experience of time and space itself. So your intention, your attention is that light that you use to manifest your reality, to experience your reality. If that attention is not honed and is scattered all over the place, then you are only experiencing a scattered version of reality. It's the reason why you can look for something all day long in your space and you realize it was right in front of you, because your attention actually wasn't in the space. You were scanning all these spaces and your attention was on the fear of not having it or what would happen if you couldn't find it. But if you were to pause and give all of your attention to your space, it's right there in front of me. Okay, catching up again, guys. Thank you all for the follows. Remember that TikTok purposely unfollows people. I will get several hundred follows sometimes in these things, and I will leave with 20. So if you like my content and you want to follow me, please make sure you check back after the live just to double check and make sure you're still followed. Yellow Willie, thank you so much for this message. Being stuck on defense and freeze state is crazy making. Yes, fight, flight, freeze, or fawn. I'm a fawner. I didn't even know it was a trauma response because it's so accepted by the culture. But now we actually have a word for it because people are like, yeah, actually that's a trauma response to constantly just pour all your energy into somebody else. Oops. Observation collapses the wave of light into a particle. Thank you, friend. Aligning heart and brain. Cade, you're lovesick and you can't focus on anything? How about a mudra? This is another mudra for the throat chakra, but it is also a mudra that for the heart. It's a mudra that, and you feel 6 to your stomach. So let's move that energy up from your stomach up into the heart. So the sacral chakra is about nourishment and connection and feeling safe and loved and those kinds of things. And so when we struggle with that lovesick feeling, what we have is the sacral chakra asking, begging, needing real nourishment. What happens when the energy needs something? It moves up in your system. So the upward, the next one is your solar plexus, which is what rules your digestion along with your sacral chakra. That is where we start to experience the tingling of go do something about it. I have to do something about it. What am I going to do about it? And experience that here in our solar plexus. So I'm going to offer this mudra because this mudra brings that energy up into the heart so that we can align it with our truth, with our essence, with compassion and allow it to express up through the throat. So I'm going to warn, I guess, that there may likely be tears with this one. It helps to clarify, again, the throat and the heart chakra experience. And if you're experiencing all this down below, it's going to help pull that energy up so it's not so heavy in those lower chakras. This is called the Shanka Mudra. Okay, I got to move you guys back. I can't sit on that little ledge anymore. Hold on. No, my discussion on intention and attention was whatever you were talking about. Oh, aligning heart and brain. Yeah. Oop. Okay. Adjusting. We're going to take a break here in a second, but I do want to offer this mudra, and I'd like to do a full 5 minutes. You guys down for 5 minutes sitting with this mudra? I'll get my little timer. Yep, there it is. Okay. So the important piece is here, remembering that we meet ourselves with curiosity and willingness through each of these practices. As you hold and we release any tension. If you notice tension in your system, it's going to start, it starts to block your channels, right? So if that means you're holding this mudra and your shoulders start to cramp up, start to come up. As soon as you notice, without blame, without shame, without just go. As soon as you notice your mind starts to grip and grab and get traction and tension, and refocus your attention. I encourage you to use an anchor. So with this practice, your anchor could be the sound of your breath. It can be the sensation of holding the mudra, or it can be any other. You can choose a mantra, you can choose a visualization, whatever works for you. I encourage the breath and or the sensation of the mudra. All right, so the mudra, the Shankha mudra is, here's my timer. Where is it? There we go. Left hand, thumb of the left hand. You take the right hand, wrap it around the thumb of the left hand. Then we take the fingers, the rest of the fingers of the left hand, and place them over the right fist so that the thumb connects to the other fingers. If you cannot do it directly over the fingers, shift it a little bit so you can turn it so you can reach that way. Okay, we'll do this again. Left thumb up, right hand wraps around. Left fingers all lay over the fist in whatever way you can get them to touch with the thumb. Try to get all the fingers together with the thumb. Again, the more you sit with these practices, the more they will resonate within you. If you can't get there exactly today, offer yourself curiosity and willingness, offer yourself some grace and be like, we'll get there. So if you're like this, you'll get there, okay? All right, so Shankha Mudra, holding this just above the heart. We're going to take those 3 deep breaths for us to find our alignment in this meditation. And then I am going to set my timer up and I'll offer little reminders as we sit and practice. But we're going to spend full 5 minutes. I encourage you to stay as long as you can. And every single time tension comes up, curiosity and willingness, right? Breath. Okay. So go ahead and close your eyes. And first, inhale the breath through the lungs and all the way into the belly. And sigh it out. Inhale again, this time expanding the rib cage in all directions, front, sides, and back. And let that go. Next, inhale, lifting the heart on the breath and lifting through the top of the head to elongate the spine. As you exhale, gently tuck the chin to tip the crown chakra up towards the sky. Allow the shoulder blades to melt down your back. Offer yourself little wiggles to release any more tension and holding in your system. Tension may rebuild and you may need to wiggle again or breathe it out. That's okay. Choose your anchor, either the mudra or your breath, or maybe a sound. I've got my AC on, that works too. I focus my attention on this thing. And anytime my attention wanders away, as soon as I notice I'm thinking about tomorrow or yesterday, I come back to my anchor. 5 minutes. The throat chakra is benefited by using Ujjayi breath or ocean breath, which is done simply by creating a soft snoring sound that kind of sounds like waves in your throat. It also acts as a really nice anchor. Meeting yourself with curiosity and willingness. Stay with that breath. Relax that tension in your jaw. Relax the tension in your forehead. If your mind or body are particularly busy today, I encourage you to offer a gentle smile to your system as you stay present with whatever's going on. Stay with the breath. For the last few moments of our meditation, I encourage you to sink your attention into your heart space. Notice the way your heart rises and falls on the breath. Feel your heartbeat echoing through your rib cage. Feel the sensation of your heartbeat echoing into your hands as well. Notice that. This mudra represents the spark, the inner flame, the source God particle, the essence of you that exists inside of your heart. I invite you to imagine this flame or spark or wherever it comes up for you. Imagine that essence. See into the heart space. Open the mind's eye and invite a visual of your essence. Offer it a smile. Offer it some gratitude. Thank you, my heart. Before we close our practice, I invite you to release your mudra and bring your hands together, keeping your eyes closed, either into prayer position or just lay one over the other over your heart. in gratitude for today's practice, in gratitude for this shared space where we can learn and grow and thrive together, and in gratitude for that universal source energy that is always flowing through the path of least resistance to bring you to your highest good in every moment. Offer yourself gratitude for taking the time for self-care and practicing getting out of the way and clarifying these channels so that we can experience wholeness. Lastly, before you open your eyes, go ahead and rub your palms together and cup them over your eyes. You can gently pet your face or just hold them there over your eyes, fluttering your eyes open behind your palms to ease the transition. Leif, there is a whiteboard. How you doing? You're very welcome. So again, for those of you just joining or those who want the reminder, this is the Shankha mudra. It's the mudra for mystery. And the purpose of this mudra is to clarify the channel between our heart and our throat. Okay, thank you, that helped already. Yay. Grateful, my friend. It's used to clear the energy, clarify the channel between the heart and the throat, so that energy comes through our heart, and it helps to open that channel so that the solar plexus and sacral energy can also come up through the heart. It reminds us that this is a channel, and within this channel is where our divine essence lives. This is also the center of our being. It's also the place where creation happens inside of us in every single moment, right? I like to call the heart the transfer station, because our solar and lunar, our yang and yin energy comes in through our central channel and meets at the heart to create that toroidal field around you. So if ever there is something occurring in your system that feels uncomfortable or out of alignment, invite it into your heart space, either by using this mudra or another one, or just by touching onto your heart and maybe to wherever the other feeling is and inviting it into the heart. I also call the heart the incendiary, because it helps to burn away things. That divine flame, that light of source, helps to kind of clarify my system. It helps to clear out stuff that I no longer need. So if something is insecurity, plagues my gut sometimes, and some days I spend again and again and again plucking some invisible bit of insecurity out and dropping it into my incendiary and just your system is so accessible. Your energy system is so accessible. And your heart is so powerful. Why is it not common knowledge then? Why is it not what everybody's talking about, that we can heal ourselves and align ourselves and find our truth and our purpose and experience love and abundance and all these things through something so simple and so malleable? Because it would give you your power back. Because it would allow you to become self-actualized in a way that doesn't serve a parasitic system, right? It needs your resources to feed off of. So again, if anybody would like to start to explore their energy body or get deeper into this connection of how we get wired the way we get wired and why we have to do this work later on, then I encourage you to go ahead and grab my book. It's called Energy for Sale, The Energetic Blueprint of Consumer Conditioning. It's a really fun experiment to try to sell a book while also telling you how bad marketing is. So I think my favorite thing about this has been, how do I share something with you that I am encouraging you to go buy if you want to go buy it, without using the same marketing manipulation tactics, with honesty. Homestead Josh, tonight is a black moon, be ready. So the black moon went exact, the new moon went exact at I think it was midnight last night or 11 something. I am on the Pacific coast, so but that black moon, I'm not sure where you are in the world. It's sometimes really hard to tell. Or I think it was like at 1 a.m. or something on the East Coast. And so it gets hard to tell when we get, somebody says the black moon, the new moon is tonight. Well, because when you looked it up, it said it's on Saturday, blank, blank, right? But if you look at the time, it's actually 1 a.m. on Saturday. I always double check that stuff because I'm constantly like, oh, it's on Saturday. Crap, I missed it. But tonight is a good night to start to offer up whatever it is of shadow that you're ready to address, that you're ready to release, that you're ready to get, ready to realign. Like this black moon is a really great opportunity to sit with your shadow self and to either let parts go or integrate things. As we move from the new moon to the full moon, what we are doing is building, we're cultivating, we're clarifying the space, we're toiling the soil, all this stuff, and planting the things, right? Candy, you just got my book. Yay. Awesome. Thank you so much, friend. And again, everybody remember, at the end of the book, I have this QR code that I will be creating a monthly Q&A and practice session. So we'll do practices like we just did. And I'll also answer questions that you have about the book or some personal stuff, right? That will be available in the nearish future. I'm in the middle of doing a lot of movement and a lot of life changes happening. So it's those life changes that I got to move through before I can add something else to my schedule, but it will be there. And the only way you can get to that live Q&A is going to be with this scan thing. Yellow Willie, capitalism relies on lack. I love this really important, it's hilarious to me, right? Okay, so listen, we take classes, we learn in high school or whatever. I'm sure everybody has probably heard the term that we live in a supply and demand economy. Capitalism supplies the demand by telling you what you want and what you need and all this stuff, by harping on those misalignments, and it creates the demand for it. It perpetuates the demand for these things. It's so common knowledge that we don't even pay attention to how backwards it is. A healthy economy would be demand and supply, would be the companies meeting the demands of what actually needs to be supplied. But instead we have late stage capitalism, which just says, I just keep pumping the system full of this stuff and eventually they'll want it. If I tell them they want it and I trigger their emotions and needs, and then they really feel like they want it, they can't deny it. Thank you, friend. That's them playing on your misaligned instrument because they know how to misalign your instrument from birth now. Yellow Will, you said, I feel confused sometimes about the difference between parts work and shadow work. Okay. So for me, it's a pretty simple, the distinction is just my shadow work would be the things that I have not brought into the light. If it's not within my state of awareness, then it's going to be my shadow self. As I address my shadow self, I bring it into illuminate it by giving it my attention. My attention is a kind of light. So I give it a kind of light. I give it my attention. And again, that can be just holding space for what comes up underneath. What's underneath our triggers is the shadow self, because we don't know that it's underneath there until we find what's underneath there. Maybe it's the 5-year-old self who was trying to, who got hurt, or it's the infant self who was perpetually in a state of fear, or things like that. Those shadow selves become our parts when we bring them into the light and bring them back into the family, right? So for me, shadow work is the stuff that hasn't been brought to the light. It's the stuff that you can't tell exactly why you're driven to do this thing or where that thought comes from or something, whatnot. Those are from the shadow self. Candy, I was definitely meant to be here in this moment with you. Thank you. Thank you for following your path. Thank you. It's kind of been a really interesting journey for me. I, several years ago, 4 or so years ago, almost gave up completely. I had no spoons left to fight myself. I had no spoons left to fight the world. I had no spoons left for anything. And I had just experienced a near loss of life. And in that place of having nothing, I I don't feel like I can take credit for it. Maybe I just sat with nothing. And in my nothingness, screamed and cried and begged and pleaded and negotiated and was angry and was fearful and was all the things. But the important piece was that I actually started meeting myself every single day. And I showed up every single day. I started with 15 minutes. And 15 minutes every single day, I'd roll out my yoga mat. Now, again, it wasn't even about the yoga mat because I didn't do yoga most of the time. I didn't meditate most of the time. I was oftentimes completely wasted because I couldn't even function sober. I was in a really, really awful place. And the only thing I could do was show up. But I knew that if I didn't show up, my son wouldn't have a mother anymore. And that wasn't a choice. So I started showing up, no matter what was there, for 15 minutes every day. And the craziest thing happened. My defenses started to subside. I started to find moments of quiet in between the screams. I started to feel a sense of not even peace, just something else underneath, behind the constant frenetic need that my system was used to being in. It was so, it was profound. I mean, it doesn't sound, and maybe it doesn't sound like it's profound, but it was so profound. And I started to realize that I was building trust. I started building trust with myself. I showed up for me every single day, no matter what, no matter how I felt, no matter who I was being that day. And for those of us who've been judged all of our lives and pushed away all of our lives for being ourselves or for having a big feeling or for being upset, that's profound. To have somebody show up for you every day, even if it's you. And in fact, you'll find that it being you is so much more powerful than it being somebody else. Definitely interested in my book. Awesome. Well, again, guys, the link is right here. It's available on Amazon. It's called Energy for Sale. Next Saturday, I am going to do a raffle for a signed copy of it. So that'll be fun. We're going to experiment with some marketing tactics and things like that. See how they trigger us. Julietta, you show up where? For yourself. Meeting yourself. That's it. It can be for 5 minutes in the morning. It can be for 15 minutes on your yoga mat. It can be before you go to bed for 10 or 20 or 30 or whatever it is that you choose. But I encourage you to start showing up for yourself every single day. You won't quite understand the power that gives, what that does for your system, because most of us have broken trust. How many times have you said you're going to do something for yourself and didn't? How many times have you spoken real shitty to yourself without apology or forgiveness? How many times have you led yourself away from things that are actually really good for you, but because of fear and other things, right? In our unalignment, in our misalignment, in our suffering, in our tension, we accidentally break trust with ourselves. And our culture perpetuates it and says that you're doing a good job by ignoring your body's need to eat and to sleep and you're ignoring your body's regular functions. Well, good for you. Then you're being a good little consumer and a good little soldier and a good little American or whatever it is. But that's not the way your system is designed. That's not the way your system is meant to function. And they keep you out of balance by keeping you in those sorts of things. So start with the simplest thing. Show up every day. And if you want to build on that, then show up in every moment that you experience tension. First, show up every day, 5 minutes. I usually like 5 minutes minimum because it takes about 5 minutes for energy to circulate through your system. So start with 5 minutes or 3, if that's all that's available for you. But show up for yourself every day. And in that space, meet yourself with curiosity and willingness, because you're not going to help yourself if you show up every day for those 5 minutes and you're bitching at yourself for 5 minutes. Yellow Willie, what does my life look like now? What works for me? My life is still quite the experiment. It's been a radical journey of self-acceptance and a revolutionary kind of authenticity that I didn't think I was capable of, and that I'm still not centered in. My pendulum still swings all over the place. I still get triggered. I still do things that I feel bad about or say things that I don't mean, but it's not about perfection. It's about being present with the process. The major differences, though, is that I went from heavy addiction, chronic pain, constant chronic pain, mental illness, suffering, and all those other things to leaps and bounds in my healing that I didn't think were possible. As somebody who spent my entire life trying to fix me because I thought everything was wrong with me, in these last several years, I've realized that there's very little actually wrong with me. And now it's just about updating my brain and my body patterns, my energy patterns to reflect that. You're welcome, Julietta. Welcome. Thank you. Oops. I had the Kabbalion. So because I've been doing this, like researching this for a long time, like again, childhood, I got my family's energy practice lineage, started recognizing manipulation in the culture and marketing in the 90s. And I've read so many different things. I've read so many different insights and pieces and paragraphs and books and whatnot. That a lot of times it's hard for me to remember what's what, or even where I got certain information. Like sometimes the other day, Yellow Willy, I'm not 25, I'm 40. I will be 41 this year. Yeah, there's been a lot of stuff that I have dove into and then chewed on and so I could find the pulp of it, so I could find the essence of it and get under all the manipulation of it, get under all the smoke and mirrors that this culture runs on, operates on. Welcome to 40s Truth and Justice. Boo-boo. My birthday is actually here in 2 weeks, I think, September 9th. And I will be 41. And my son, I think the other day was like, said something about me being old. I was like, don't you even, boy. 84 babies. Okay, so we've had, oh, son, would you grab me the charger, please?
Yeah.
Let's take a brief water break, snack break. Go grab yourself something, stretch for a minute, use the bathroom if you have to. My phone's about to die, so I'm going to have to plug it in. I still have a banana that I haven't eaten and my coffee that's just been hanging out back here and is room temperature now. When we get back, we will talk more about the throat chakra. We can talk about other tools for the throat chakra, particularly mantras, because they are so powerful for the throat chakra. Thank you.
Yeah.
Truth and Justice, thanks for sharing your gifts. I feel compelled. This is one of those things, right? The throat chakra has always been a focal point for me. If we talk through the lens of astrology, I am both a Virgo sun and a Gemini rising, and those are the two main signs that rule the throat chakra. A lot of my life has been finding things and seeing insights and trying to share them and being shut down for it or told that it was false or whatever, and taught to deny my truth and my experience, only later to find out that my experience is justified and backed up by research from way back as 1500 BC. It's been my entire life of trying to figure out how to align my channels so that this truth could come out. Ever since I was little, it was, a compelling, like, I want to tell you about energy because I'm experiencing energy and you should know about energy, and knocking on people's glass walls, trying to get them out of there. But for a long time, I was operating out of my own imbalance, as, right, we all do. And I was doing it from a place of ego. I believed that I should tell other people how to be, Virgo. I believed that if I just convinced everybody and just spoke about it enough, that somebody would finally hear me and believe me, Gemini. So it's been a lifelong thing. And for me to sit here now and talk about this and share this without being triggered, without being totally like knocked over by like rude comments or trolls and things like that, this is a major, major growth for me. So honestly, I'm grateful that you're here with me. It wouldn't work if I came to social media and started talking about this and just got shut down. It is a little triggering having to deal with TikTok trying to actually take down my content, take away followers, and hide my stuff and flag my stuff totally falsely and whatever the heck. It is really frustrating because that's a perpetuation of the exact same experience I've had most of my life. So I have to recognize, right, that it's not a judgment on me. In fact, I'm turning the narrative around and saying the reason TikTok is doing that is because I know that this is truth, because we know that this is important. And we know that if you know how the mechanism works, then you can rewire it, and they don't want you to rewire it. So now I'm, having more confidence in that truth, having more confidence in my ability to just speak it, even if I get triggered, even if I don't remember all the exact words, right, Virgo, even if I don't do it perfectly, it's still okay to just be me. But the me that I was or thought I should be was not the me that I really wanted to be. So I had to find the me that I wanted to be, the actual me that lives within me, but I had to deconstruct all of the other me's. Not by destroying ego. Pause there. Not by destroying ego. How do you have a good day? We have this, again, backwards narrative in the West that says, oh, ego is bad. We have already established that ego is the character that was created to keep you safe. That your entire system was responding and reacting and protecting you while you were unconscious, while you had not the capacity to protect yourself. Your energy body built defenses. Holy shit, that's so valuable. Thank you, my ego. Thank you. And if that ego is of me, then it is an amount of my energy that I can repurpose, that I can bring back into my system and use for confidence, right? Somebody just said money Buddha. Yes, the ego will often manifest is rooted in this solar plexus experience. It's when we first start to, at ages 2 or 3, start to shape, this is who I am. Yes, we do a little bit before that and it builds off of that. But the first experience of our ego, of our self, of our will is through that solar plexus. It's a tool. Yes. How do you have a good day? Have a great day. It's a tool. It's an ally. It's an ally. And if I start responding to my system, not reacting, responding to my system as if my system is full of allies instead of enemies, doesn't that flips the narrative on its head again? Because most of us are taught your emotions are don't push down your emotions. You're not supposed to say that. Your personality is this. Ego is bad. All this other stuff. Again, just turn people directly away from the truth. Oh, truth and justice. Thanks. Pandora, didn't know the age. Stay here for just a second, and I'm going to go take a bathroom break really quick, and then we will talk about the age of development for each of the chakras. This is a really important part to understanding why childhood experiences literally create who you are later on in life, and how our culture becomes the inserts insidious crap into that. So that's what we're here to talk about. Cultivate our allies. Absolutely. Okay, I'm really getting up now. I'm really going to go. All right. Yes, sorry.
Next time
Oh, Cow. Hi, Cow. Cow Candy, what you doing? All right. I'm back. So we're going to use this because this is all throat chakra stuff because that's what we're working on this month. Remember that I do believe I made everything public now so that all the other classes for this entire Inner Light series this year are available over on YouTube. I moved the change on YouTube. It's not as consistent as I wanted it to be. A lot of life changes happened this year and I had to totally reschedule myself. Yeah. But that's me learning how to be balanced with my energy and with life, right? Okay. I feel like this is going to just be grabbed by the kitty cat. But here we go. Okay. So we're going to talk about the development of the chakras. And I do talk about this in my book. In my book, I give you the timeline for the approximate development of the chakras. Remember, just like cognitive development, just like social emotional development, we all develop on different stages. There's an age range for that stage to happen and a midpoint, right? So for example, the throat chakra develops between the ages of 7 to 15, typically around the age of 12 for most of us. Some of us further earlier into the chakras will get there earlier. Some of us will wait until later. The timing in which you get into the development of the each chakra is going to be contingent on the development of the previous chakra. For example, if my root chakra is in a pattern of fear, of constant fear, I'm going to move way quicker up into the sacral and the solar, because the sacral and the solar help me cry and help me go get something that I need, right? Help me get safety. So it's going to move up faster. If I feel safe in my root chakra, I'm going to be in that space a little bit longer. And those are those kids, just like with the range of, physical development or cognitive development, we are all developing at different stages depending on our resources, our experience, and the structure of your system. This is where I like to mention astrology again, a lens or numerology again. These are great systems to look at the potential challenges and strengths that your energy body will come into this life with. We're not just blank slates. We come in with a kind of energy signature. You are a unique being, and so you're going to be different than anybody else. And we can see that through numerology, human design, astrology, any of these other sort of things. So, and that's going to depend, right? If I have, for example, as I mentioned, Virgo and Gemini are very prominent in my chart. So there's a lot of both strength in my voice, but there's also a lot of work I've got to do in my voice to help clarify this thing. I got a lot of energy here, but it was also the main point of my wounding that's where my Chiron is. So, okay. So your root chakra starts, we're going to do it this way. The root chakra starts developing as soon as you're born. Sometimes you could even say in utero it'd be developing, because our systems are receiving information, genetic information, as well as environmental information. What our mother eats, right, is going to affect, and how our mother feels is actually going to affect how our energy patterns are aligned after we're born. That's part of how evolution and biology just prepares you for the real world. If the real world is lacking in food and really cold, you're going to have a different kind of constitution to be able to get through that world, versus if the world is super abundant and maybe warm or something like that, right? So that root chakra, the question here, the root chakra deals with fear, trust versus mistrust, safety. Right? Just, am I safe, is the question of the root chakra. So that's developing usually between about the first 6 months of life, or a little longer. So again, if you feel really safe and you've got, if you feel really safe in your environment and in your body, there's not a lot of need for that chakra to pull up into the sacral. The sacral says, I have a feeling. Oh no, someone come help me. if I'm just in this nice squishy spot and I don't even really have to cry to have those needs met, I may not be so quick to pull my energy up, or I may just kind of, or more likely, that energy starts to naturally rise in this much more juicy and soft way into those upper chakras. So it might take a little longer. Yeah. Okay. Sacral chakra starts developing. It can be as little as 6 months, right? Our sacral chakra is where we cry for help. So if as a tiny infant, I have fear or I'm in a state of fear and I go up to that sacral chakra and the sacral chakra gets my needs met. I might be a colicky baby. I might be a grumpy baby. I might be a very crying baby, but that's going to mean I'm using my sacral chakra to get my needs met, and that there's a need that needs to be met underneath that. Now, what happens when we, no, we'll just move through the stages. I can get really deep into those things. Candy. So what happens if you don't develop the root chakra? The reality is all of your centers have some sort of development to them. Just like our brains, right? We might not be the most wise, but your brain definitely developed, right? Even if you didn't put a lot of information into it, or even if you didn't hone it very well. So your root chakra is there. You have a connection through your root chakra. This is the place that the yin energy, the receptive energy of the, it doesn't mature, basically. If that happens, you're going to end up with a weaker energy in that chakra. That can look like several things. We can use tension to protect ourselves, to hold our energy upward and pull it up. We can also sink right back down into our bodies and disconnect from the external world. If I'm feeling so unsafe, the infant has the choice. A cry it out method baby. So, for example, a cry it out method baby will often do one of the two. They will either recede back into the self, and they call this self-soothing. No, it's giving up. Your system stopped giving up and asking for help. So that energy could possibly go back down into the root chakra to try to figure out how to be safe, or how to be in the body, and or to realize that the universe is not going to respond to me at all. So I just don't need to connect to it. And it is going to affect the development of all the rest of the chakras. If, for example, that energy instead, like someone like me, my pattern was to pull up into that sacral chakra and demand that, right? And further go up into the solar plexus and demand it or take it. So I was a cried out baby who didn't fucking self-soothe. I would scream myself to sleep. My mother shared these stories later on. She was like, you would scream yourself to sleep until your voice was sore. You did not ever stop. And then at a certain point, when I was able to move, I started walking faster. I started running faster or quicker. I was running by 9. I guess I went from like inchworming on the ground, not crawling, but inchworming, to figuring out I can pull myself up and then running. That is a really good example of somebody who's trying to get their needs met, to find grounding, to find safety by pulling that energy up with a whole lot of energy up into the solar plexus and up into these other places. So what I did was start climbing out of my crib. As soon as I was able to, I could climb out of my crib. And my mother was like, you're not even a freaking year yet. And she was like, you're too young to be able to do that. But I was also lifting up my head and pulling myself up. Why did all that energy go into my physical body to try to do that? Because I felt so unsafe. And the message repeatedly was, ain't nobody going to help you. Okay. So then that means that the typical ages for the root chakra, 6 months to a year, right? For 6 months to a year. The sacral chakra, we can start earlier, but we also look at it as about a year to about 2, maybe 3, depending on my relationship between my solar plexus and my sacral. If I'm a child who has permissive parents, I might end up spending a lot of time down here in the sacral and in the solar, because I can just do whatever I want. I can just get and take whatever I want. I can just constantly eat all the cookies and ain't nobody gonna tell me not to. There's no reason for me to put much more energy into these other things, into connection or into speaking my truth. I'm already satisfied. I got everything I need, and I can stay all floppy and squishy in this space for much of my life. 6 months to a year with the root. 6 months to 2 or 3 with the sacral. or solar plexus is going to start, again, the earlier you need to do something about it, the earlier that's going to start. But that we typically talk about it as about the age of 2 to 4 or so, 4 or 5. Then we're up in this heart chakra. Now, the heart is the center of your being, and your heart is what develops that toroidal field around your body. So your heart is developing and receiving and interacting with the universe constantly. We don't move into the intentional development of that chakra until sometimes 6, 5, 6, 7, right? This is where we start to develop. In cognitive theory, we talk about the age of 7 being the age of playground politics, because it's when I first realized that I can have a relationship with Susie and Susie can have a relationship with Jane, but though two of them having a relationship doesn't mean that we're not friends, right? So I start to understand kind of a wider dynamic of community and connection and belonging. This is where belonging comes from. And our brains can't quite do that until about the age of 7 or so. But there's a lot of other development that happens because your heart is your information highway. This is the first mode of communication with the internal and external world. This is secondary. Again, another manipulation of the culture. So now I'm up in here, 5, 6, 7, light bulb, yay! 7, maybe 8. This is where I'm going to start getting up into my truth. As I said before, 7 to 15-ish. The camera's backwards. In my throat chakra. So we've been talking about the throat chakra and about speaking our truth and about these channels here and how we build upon them. So think about that. If I lack safety in my root chakra and I don't get my needs met through requesting help, right? Then for me at least, as soon as I go to do something about it, I'm in trouble. I'm not allowed to take the cookie I want. I'm not allowed to get out of my crib. I'm not allowed to do whatever I feel like doing, right? So then this energy pushes up again and says, I'm not safe. I'm still not okay. I'm still not okay. Okay, now this is okay, at least for me, because here, if I give all my energy to somebody, if I do things for other people, if I act with compassion, if I act with this kind of forgiving, pouring out my heart energy to others, well, now I'm a good little girl, right? Now you're a good little girl and you're doing the right thing. So now we love you and now we accept you. That is going to heavily affect the way that I speak my truth. It is also going to heavily affect the way that I see the world. If my earliest experiences were, it's not safe and ain't nobody going to come save you, then I'm going to build a belief, a subconscious belief about the world. And my system is going to be defending me because I've already told my system's like, oh shit, it's not safe to be in your body. It's not, you can't ask the world for help. And if you try to do something about it, you're just going to get cut off at the knees. So you can't even do anything about it. All you should do is just surrender to being the martyr and giving and whatever, and just let everybody take everything from you. And that's how you are loved and accepted. So then I'm going to speak that way. I'm going to speak about myself that way. I'm going to speak to myself that way. I'm going to speak about others that way. I'm going to change what I say and how I say it so that I can be perceived as the ego character that keeps me safe. So then we get up here, third eye chakra starts developing. It can be 12, 13, 14, 15 or beyond. And if we're stuck down here in the lower chakras, we might not get enough energy up here. So those of us who are stuck in cycles of, what's the word I'm looking for here? If we refuse to enlighten our systems, we refuse to see outside of our own beliefs, these are things that show that the energy hasn't made it, but isn't fully expressed in your brow chakra. This is my ability to have like higher states of thinking, and also my ability to put my ego aside and to see outside of myself. This is a really powerful, important piece for the collective, for us to work together and us to connect with each other. And yet our culture teaches us to shut down this piece, even with religion that says you don't get to have a direct connection with source. You're supposed to go through somebody else to get that connection, your priest or your whatever, or what have you. And you're only allowed to pray in this way, or you're only allowed to act in this way. And in that way, we perpetuate those cycles of imbalance within our systems. Or we perpetuate, yes, but the system perpetuates it. Hearing someone feel like I do with similar life experiences is so comforting. And that's why we need mirrors. That's why we need each other. That's why we need community. That's why we thrive in communities, because when we are isolated, we believe that this is, it's often hard for us to see outside of our own barrel of monkeys. But when we sit together and share vulnerably and honestly about these things, we go, oh my God, I'm not alone. I'm not the only person who struggles with these things and doesn't feel like this is the way we're supposed to live life. But the culture will craft the narrative. So when you go out there and you look out the world and you're like, well, where's a mirror for me that shows that I am actually whole? Well, there is a mirror, but it's from a different culture. And because you look the way that you look and you were raised where you were raised, you're not allowed to have this information. And the only way for you to get this information is if you pay lots of money to specific organizations, right? There's a lot of ways that our culture can walk us away from the truth, can tell us, can keep us away from the truth, and tell you you're bad and wrong for even asking the questions. Again, it's why I wrote my book right now. It's why that, in part, and being able to clarify my system enough to get it out and get it onto paper, the structures that we have in our culture, the paradigm, the narrative is intentionally being manipulated to keep you out of your personal power. And if you are not able to reach self-actualization, you will perpetually feel lost and confused and disconnected. And that benefits those that would take your resources. If you're told that your best way of being a human is to give up everything you have, then you're literally primed for just dumping yourself into somebody else's cup without receiving anything back. That's not balance. And then I wonder, well, why am I so tired? And we say, well, everybody's tired. Pause for a second. The pirates in my head got really mad about everything. For not everything, but about this whole thing. I am duality. Oh, duality. Nice. Should I give attention to balance one chakra at a time? You can do that if you want. You can balance your whole system if you want. Whatever tools feel most supportive for you, choose those tools. So one of the things, especially if you're not sure where to start, my biggest signpost is wherever you feel tension. Don't worry even about what chakra it is. If I feel tension in my body, let's say that's anxiety, let's say that's the knot in my throat, let's say that's a furrowed brow, wherever I feel that tension, my practice is to touch that tension and to take several deep breaths, just feeling into this space. What I receive when I do that is at the very least, my nervous system kind of relaxes a little bit. Because usually this tension, right, is pulling all that energy in. Okay, well, let that tension go, relax the shoulders, hand on the belly that's doing all the flip-flops because of anxiety. Sometimes you might find that your system actually responds to you, right? Sometimes you might find that you hear your inner child, or you hear the nitpicky voice that suddenly gets louder because you quieted down, thank you, enough to hear. Start there. This is your check engine light. Okay, here the other analogy. You know the stack of stones they call a Caryn, Caryn? The bottom, or not the bottom one, the top one is your physical body. It's the most dense aspect of you, yeah? It's the most obvious material thing that you have. So when anything else is out of alignment, it's going to shake. It's going to whisper. And then if it's really out of alignment, it's going to fucking scream. And if you're experiencing chronic pain and chronic conditions and things like that, your body's screaming for realignment. So start wherever you feel it, wherever you notice it, in the moment when you notice it. Forget the fancy practices. Forget even what colors the chakras are or any of that stuff. Where you feel it, pause and breathe. We know that breathing oxygenates the brain and the blood. We know that breathing relaxes the nervous system and lowers the heart rate. These are all ways to become more present and experience and let go of all that tension, right? From there, follow the rabbit hole. So if I keep experiencing anxiety here and I address it again and again and again and again until suddenly I hear the self-talk, and I realize that for so long I have been saying something to myself. Have you ever had that experience yet? Because I'm sure you will if you go down these pathways where you've been doing something again and again for so long, and then just one day you suddenly go, oh, duh. Oh. And then understanding starts to develop, right? You start to actually enlighten yourself, and you by allowing your system to guide you. Again, in the West, we have this very hammer and nail, no pain, no gain kind of way of dealing with stuff. If you're going to build muscle, it takes work. If you're going to change your weight, it takes work, right? We think of it as taking a long time and being really difficult and being really strenuous and being really like we have to put a lot of tension into it. Your energy body is not that. That's how you deal with the material world. But with your energy body, we meet it with curiosity and willingness. We invite alignment. We invite the inner child or the inner voice. We invite vision inside of our system. We invite mantra. We invite these energies to come back into alignment. And when we get out of our way, letting go of all that tension, that's the in the way piece. When we let go of all that tension, you'll notice that your system actually kind of does it itself. Your system is not well and healthy when it's out of alignment. It is seeking realignment at all times. The hardest thing is just getting out of our own way. You're very welcome. I think, again, so much of this is deconstructing the narratives that we were brought up with that are meant to lead you away from your access to personal power. They're meant to confuse you and keep you feeling lost or disconnected and keep you feeling weak or incapable of healing yourself, when the reality is you have so much power within you. I just put it from this perspective. If you didn't have so much power available within you, why would this information be pushed away? Why would you be told it's wrong and bad? Why would you be forced into these little compartment of what have you so that you can stay broken and unwell? If you weren't that powerful, there would be no reason for the manipulation to happen. That in of itself, right? The hiding of your truth tells you how powerful that truth is. Tells you how much power you really have available to you, and tells you how scared they are of your power. Religion for the long time has been the source of control of the people, because the few who want to take the most are afraid of those who will not allow them to do so. We have to build trust with ourselves first and foremost. On that trust, we can build relationships with ourselves, the most important relationship for your self-actualization. Pandora, what is the age of the ajna and crown? If you don't mind, I took notes. I want to complete. Oh, thank you. Thank you for bringing me back to it. So the ajna chakra, the brow chakra, can start developing somewhere between 12, 13. This is where we start to get into in cognitive development. This is where we start to get into the idea of where do I fit into the larger world, right? That's where we start to do higher operational thinking. I think it's called formal operational thinking, something like that. That's where we're able to start using our prefrontal cortex. The prefrontal cortex starts to come online in those teen years as we start to develop our sense of where do I belong? Where do I fit in a larger community? It's the first time that we really look away from our families. That's why teenagers are so rebellious. They got to go run away. It's because it's literally what your energy body is doing. So that'll develop there. And then the crown chakra, again, because it's one of the poles, like your root chakra is working on your whole life. Your crown chakra, you're working on your whole life. But in terms of the initial sort of imprinting, that's what we should call it. Imprinting is the word I'm looking for. In terms of the initial imprinting, you're talking about later teen years and into your 20s. And just depending on where these other things are balanced or how they develop, one possible reaction to trauma is to pull your energy way the fuck up out of your body, way up here, Do you ever feel like you're disconnected from your body and you're kind of floating around? You're a floating head. And you don't know how to get back into your body and you feel disconnected from everything and all this whole, oh, yeah? Oops. Trauma taught you that the safest place to be is as far away from the ground as possible. And so we end up feeling disconnected and like we're floating heads and we can't quite get, what do you mean, know when I'm hungry? What do you mean, know what my intuition is telling me? What do you mean, speak to my feelings? I missed a couple here. Truth and justice. Can you self-actualize at any time in your life? Do you have to go back and restructure your chakras? So again, this system is so dynamic and ever shifting. So it takes about 5 minutes for energy to circulate through your system, but it takes about 45 minutes to an hour, depending. It's not exact, right? Where you switch between yin and yang energy. So your system is constantly, it has all these movements, upward movement, downward movement, inward movement, outward movement. It is constantly moving and flowing all around you. Center is available within that space, right? You can absolutely self-actualize very early on. You can self-actualize in the very end of your life. You can do so with intention and working through healing your chakras, or you may end up doing so by the circumstances of your life. Some of us have those huge moments where we are pushed into our truth and into our essence, and we suddenly discover that's not available to all of us. Not all of us have those experiences. We are in different schools, right? Thank you, friend. So can you? Yes. You know, I actually believe that we have the capacity to self-actualize from the beginning. If we are sheltered, no, that's not the right word. Guided, shepherded. If we are shepherded through the development process in a way that keeps us aligned with our essence of who we are, yeah, we can walk through as self-actualized beings. But we have to go through that development process, right? And again, and I want to even a little more to that, like we consider it restructuring, but I want to step away from that word because it feels really material still. Realigning, it is a structure, but it's not a material structure. And it's a constant ebb and flow of a structure. How do you realign the ocean when it has waves and tides that come and go? So it's really about aligning ourselves with that flow so that we can remain flexible in that flow, right? When I find this place I allow my chakra to stay balanced, or I shove it out of balance. I'm not restructuring it. I'm allowing, feeling comfortable, learning to accept where center is within my system. Even if my brain says, uh-oh, that's scary and wrong and bad. Because centered in my system is having a voice and is having confidence and is having boundaries and is caring for myself as well as others, right? But if my culture tells me I'm wrong, then I may get really lost in that miscommunication. Glitter bee, truth and justice. Dang, you really are asking all the questions I didn't know I needed answered. This is why I love community, y'all. Glitter bee, I disassociate once a day still. And you know what? That's okay. Again, I don't believe that we should be chiding ourselves and shaming ourselves for the tools that we are using. That disassociative practice is an ally. That is one of your parts. That is one of your characters. That is one of your teammates who says, the way to keep us safe when we feel this is to do this. So if you want to change that, the relationship needs to be built with that part of yourself that said the best thing to do is just to dissociate. Glitterbee, and now I'm crying. It isn't a Rev Deborah live if I didn't know by something. I love you, friend. I love you guys. Pandora, I know we have to legally protect ourselves from talking about it. What's really kind of makes me a little bit nervous is that several creators that I have stitched or duetted on here who are talking about similar things have had their accounts removed. And I've only been hearing about it recently because I did the duets and stitches, and people are coming to the comments and they're saying they lost their account. They can't go live anymore. They're not even here anymore. They've been banned or what have you, because they are talking about it from a more direct, from a different perspective. I think I might be able to making it under the radar because I'm talking about the chakras, and it's still kind of like the spiritual movement is being co-opted by capitalism so that they can use these tools to manipulate you even further, keep the truth away from you by using the truth against you. So I think that I may be getting by because I'm talking about chakras, because it's a hot button sort of thing, instead of talking about as much or as directly the techno feudalism that we live in now. But again, they hide my content. They flag my content without any reason, or totally false flags. I've received flags before for drinking coffee on a live that said I was using alcohol, stuff like that, right? I was dressed in full winter gear and they said I was nude in a video. They're obviously something that's obviously amiss, right? That's totally not cool. Not in any, not justifiable. That's what I'm looking for. So, you know, I used to take that as, oh no, I should just stop talking about it, and I should shut my mouth, and I should go hide, and I should just pretend that there's no place for this information in the world. No, but my inner self won't let me do that. The more I have aligned myself with the truth of my essence, the more compelling this has been for me to step into this role. As a coach, I actually have a really cool little program I do that is helping you find your purpose in life. It's a cool little workshop thing that I do. Yes, someday I'm hoping to create it into something you guys can buy and do on your own, or you can also do coaching with me and I can do it with you. But this is my purpose. This is what drives me every day. It's why I love to do these lives and why we sit on here for several hours. We're creeping up on 4 hours now. And why sometimes you also hear me get really scattered and I'm all over the place with it, because I'm like, this is such a huge thing that I feel like is imperative to speak about. And in part, it's also your responses. The tears, the ahas, the thank yous, the oh my gosh. Because that's how I felt when I got through this stuff. And my favorite thing in the entire world is to see somebody else's light bulb click on. I found that when I was a kid and I was helping somebody in geometry class with the probability problem. And I saw that click. And I was like, that's what I'm seeking. That's what I'm looking for. Virgo. Glittery, they're trying as hard as they can to keep us in line and in the dark. Yes, but the thing is it's not working. Do I have a school community? I don't. So right now, big transition for me to do this. Unfortunately, it's not quite making enough yet income for me to prop up things like school or other platforms where I can teach more or use these things, or even editing tools. Like, it's mostly just me trying to do this with a little bit of help here and there. And I love all of you who have been offering that help. But I've been running kind of on my own this whole time, and just really trying to, I didn't approach it with being prepared. If I had approached it with being prepared, my Virgo self would never have allowed us to approach it. So I just showed up and I started doing, because this was the important part. And in doing that, we have built a community over on Discord. We have a Discord space where we've got a couple hundred community members over there. As I'm moving right now, we're not doing as many events, but if you want to host or help, thank you. I know I've got a couple people who said they'd help. Come join me in the Discord. Send me a message after the live and I'll send you the link, or go to my Patreon page. I Move with Change on Patreon. And there's a link right there to join the Discord and reach out. If you actually have like editing skills, I actually have a workshop that I just need a couple of edits on and I can turn it into something to put in the shop. My focus is not to become some multi-million-dollar anybody. I don't want to be famous for what the fuck I'm doing. I want to give you the things that change your life. I want to give you the things that have done what they did for me. And if they don't work for you, then they don't work for you. But to do that, I don't know how until I start walking that path. So if you feel as compelled, or you feel like this is an important thing that you would also like to support or work on, please reach out to me. I could absolutely use some support with editing, with posting stuff. I'm all the things at once, and a single mom, and what have you. Every time I see it, I gotta like double check with your name. I am duality. I'm so glad we connected today. Single mom as well. So also, I am working on finding a community space, in-person space. The long-term goal is to have thriving community where we are working together to support each other, as well as to build the new economy and to write the new paradigm and to build the new earth and to educate our children differently and all these other things. I am looking to build that in person. So if anybody is interested in that, please reach out to me. I've lived in several different intentional communities and intend to continue doing so. I'd really like to offer retreats, in-person experiences, so people can come and we can actually work on these things together, because it is so powerful to be in person with somebody. Psychic surgeon, what state? Right now I'm in Oregon, and I would pretty much like to stay in Oregon. There's a lot of reasons for that. Yeah. Hi, Jenna. Looking for your purpose too, Virgo rising. Pandora, oh, I have a Virgo ascendant, so that's why I enjoy your info. I always have my little joke, right, about trying to align my different parts of self, right, has been that my Virgo sun showed up one day and she said, there is one right answer for everybody, and I'm going to go find out exactly what it is, and I'm going to teach everybody how to do it so everybody will be happy. And then Gemini kind of slides in and is like, hey, Virgo, maybe there's not one right way for everybody, right? Like everybody is unique, kind of their own person. Maybe everybody could have their own right way. And Virgo considers it, reads a little bit more about it, writes about it, weighs the scales, and then goes, okay, Gemini, I'll concede. There is one right way for everybody. And I'm going to find out what it is for each person, and I'm going to make sure that they do it, and then they'll be happy. And then my Pisces moon comes swimming through the fucking ether and goes, there's no real right or wrong in any of it. It's all just this really beautiful journey, and it's about finding your flow and not judging yourself. And Virgo inevitably responds to say, screw you. Nope, there's one right way. Forget it. You guys are all, nope, one right way. It's this little cycle that my energy goes through, trying to find one right way. And Virgo is so stoked about the fact that we have found these connections, because this, see, and even Gemini and Pisces are in there going, wait a minute, lady, don't even try to say this is the one right way, because it's not the one right way for everybody, because we're all on our own journeys and we can all have our own journeys. But this is so malleable and so uniquely you that it's not ever my journey. It's how you take that journey. Scorpio moons, my sun is a Scorpio moon. I really love both Scorpio and Pisces for the moon aspect, because it allows you it allows you access to your shadow self that other signs don't immediately and readily have available. It's typically with Scorpio and with Pisces, you're willing to and are very adept at going into the darkness of self and bringing things forth. With Pisces, we can struggle to bring it forth because we're lost in the ether way out there, swimming around in our own la land, experiencing the whole universe and being like, oh, right, material. Sorry, I was lost in the dream time. Scorpio, on the other hand, has the ability to much more directly, hence that the scorpion, right? Go into the depth and bring it back up. And they bring it back up with such certainty and such directness that people don't like a Scorpio who does that, because they're like, excuse me, you're pushing, no. And Scorpio was like, I just found some shit on the bottom of the lake and you should see it. Oh my gosh, a bunch of Pisces and Scorpio moons. I love you guys. My Gemini placement is in my rising. So I'm grateful, super grateful for my Gemini for being able to temper my Virgo. That's why we're in the live. Ooh, I've thought about I even thought about it last night. I thought about I used to do a weekly top 3 astrology where I would do intuitive readings. I've been studying astrology for a long time too. Another gift my mother gave me, and did study some of it professionally, but mostly it's a lot of intuitive and a lot of just understanding what the charts are and what the relationships are with the different signs and understanding the energy of it. But I used to do a top 3 astrology where I would intuitively read charts for donations. But I stopped doing it because I think we just kind of didn't it was good for a little while and then it stopped and I ended up changing my schedule. So, but if that's the kind of thing that anybody's interested in and you want to talk about those kinds of things, we could also consider putting back another live like that. Or if you just come into the Discord, we have a whole channel for charts and things. Hence the duality. Glitterbee, not gonna lie, I feel like I need to starfish on the floor and sob. I asked if this was mine, and I said absolutely not, and was able to release that whole overwhelm. I love those moments. Giving yourself permission to just be curious and willing with it. Giving yourself permission to be with whatever answer comes up. Because if the one answer said absolutely not, and you're like, oh, okay, I can just let it go then. I know it's not mine. I'm just kind of taking it on because my system maybe has these holes that come in and whatnot. But at the same time, if the answer was absolutely yes, would you have allowed yourself to starfish on this floor and sob? I bet you would. Danny Moore, what is my favorite restaurant to eat at or to go eat at? I did just tell you guys I'm a Virgo, which gives you the understanding that my inner underlying self is quite particular. I've learned to move from judgment and just from acceptance that some things are not for me. But I worked as a professional cook for a while. I was working up in Alaska, actually running a bed and breakfast, working at a cool restaurant up there, and basically ruined myself for going out to eat unless I'm willing to deal with Virgo in the background who said, well, this is really nice, but they could have done this differently. And this hollandaise sauce is just a little bit too lemony. And this one, oh, that one's definitely by a powder. This is the beautiful thing, right? About understanding my energy. I know that that's a self-talk back here. And I know that version of my Virgo became so judgmental because she was trying to protect us. She was trying to figure out the truth so that we could escape what was going on, so we could sort things out, so we could know the truth, right? So then she became very nitpicky. Nope, this is good, this is bad, this is good, this is bad. I've got to find what's good for me. How am I supposed to find what's good for me unless I'm constantly judging what's good or bad? Judgment in and of itself is a normal human experience and practice. The difference is what's the intention behind the judgment. Am I judging it by saying, well, that's not for me, right? Or am I judging it and saying, because it's not for me, then it's bad and not for anybody? That's judgment in the way that we think about it in the negative connotation. Just like humans are all constantly manipulating our environments. That's what we're doing with our energy exchange, is constantly manipulating our environment with our attention and our energy bodies. Is manipulation itself bad? No. But what's the intention behind it? That's the important piece. And that is your compass. That is you who's deciding, right? What's the intention behind it? Good, Mommy Eddie. My brain gets overloaded with decisions. Each choice I see 5 paths to take, 6 me forever to choose. Me too. So, one of the things that I do with that is really just learning to sit and wait, to wait in the fire of decisions, even when decisions feel pressing. And that's a really hard thing for me as well. But we're learning together to meet it with playfulness, to meet it with silliness, to shake off the fear. Oftentimes it's fear that has us looking in a million directions to try to figure it out. Truth and justice. Some teachers and grooves say to move beyond good or bad, right or wrong. What do you think about that? Gurus. Okay, I was like, grooves, gurus. Judgment is a necessary aspect of navigating life. I have to judge, right, if it's too hot to wear a sweater or if I'm hungry or not. So this is the experience of being alive and navigating the world. Judgment that comes from this is bad for everybody, or this is wrong because I don't like it, is the kind of stuff that leads us away from our essence of our experience and puts us into the space of I'm judging what's for somebody else or not for somebody else, or what's bad on a larger level or not. And this is where we get to the like philosophical of like, there is no right or wrong. There is no good or bad, because ultimately, for example, is it bad to take a life? Yes. What if it's in defense? What if they would take another life? Is war itself, battles, bad? Yeah. What if we're defending the vulnerable from an aggressor? So when we break it down, this is the process of enlightenment, right? Is to go from black and white, good or bad, to recognizing that everything is a spectrum and it's about how you show up for it. So in that way, yeah, we do let go of the good or bad, right or wrong. But the journey is to be present with that and just be the path of least resistance. For me or not for me? Is it cause tension or resistance in my system? Then it's probably not for me. Somebody else may pick up that and say, this is exactly what I need. And if I take it as mine, even if it's not for me, then that other person doesn't have it. So navigating our life based on this is for me or not for me. Doesn't say if it's good or bad. Doesn't say if it's right or wrong. Doesn't say if it's good or bad for anybody else. It just simply says right here, right now, and not even in the future of myself. Right here, right now. Is this cup of coffee for me or not? And the more I enlighten my system, the more I explore my system, the better I'm going to get at that. Whoops. Oh my goodness. No wonder it's hot. My freaking door was open. Whew. Okay, hold on. Now I'm going to catch up here. Gurus are pretty groovy, not gonna lie, and the important part, right, to deciding in each moment if something is for you or not for you, that is about cultivating your inner guru. Your inner guru is this place from which you can decide without judgment, without shame, without guilt, without blame, without all this other bullshit, and just say, for me or not? No? All right, move on. Yeah? Cool. I am Duality. Yay. Talk to you later. I'll see you in the Discord. Oh, Red Mama Yeti. But what if I choose wrong? And then we end up looping back into the right or wrong thing, right? If there is ultimately nothing wrong, then what I'm actually doing is just offering myself an experience. Do I say yes to this experience or no to this experience? Right or wrong is just about how I judge it, or the result in my life. If I say it's a wrong experience because it causes tension in my system and it makes things break or more difficult in my life, that could be a learning process for me and absolutely the right thing for me in that moment. Or it may be totally out of alignment and not the direction I need to go. It's just depending on what you're willing to experience or not. Or I don't get the best deal. I know. Balanced. We must explore our inner grooviness. That's right. It's no longer inner guru. That's it. That's it. You've shamed it for us, Balanced. We cultivate your inner grooviness. What? Grooviness. Grooviness. I love you guys. We've now coined two terms, right? Two new. No, I think we've had three in all these years of me teaching. Thrival, not just survival, but we're moving to thrival. Not white brown nosing like you do to an individual, but white nosing to the society to hold up the wall. And now, grooviness. your inner grooviness. I really like, that's a lot of fun to say. I gotta write it down. Nope, it's not gonna fit it there. I'm gonna put it down here. But this is how we write the language of where we're headed, right? With playfulness, with experimentation, with honesty, with clarity, even if it's in grooviness. Let's see. Glitterbee, I'm looking at your way of spelling it to make sure I spell it right. Not like it's a made up word that we just created and I can spell it anyway. And what is that? What was me doing that? That's the internalized one, lack of confidence in self, lack of confidence in my voice. It's also pack mentality that I don't want to be wrong. And so somebody else probably did it better, sort of thing, right? That's my Virgo. That's the Virgo out of balance rather than the Virgo. I do this with my son oftentimes. He'll come sometimes and come and ask me things before he tries to figure it out himself. And I tell him, it's fine that you do that, but ultimately you're not going to develop the strength in making those decisions unless you are willing to take the risk and be wrong or not have the outcome you sought or what have you. So reminding myself, right, that Virgo who wants to check in to make sure we're right, when in reality, what's good for me, what's for me right now is to sit with that and be playful in how I want to write that word, because there is no right or wrong on a word that we just created. I love the new spelling. So last week we worked on, we did the sa re sa sa mudra or mantra for the throat chakra. Any singing, any vocalization that you can offer for your throat chakra, those practices, or even just humming, right? I think that's what I wanted to offer was humming deep breath. We've talked about it a couple of times. YouTube, is that too dark? Did I just get way too dark? I wanted to check really quick here. What did I have? Oh, here's a little reminder. I did create a list of tools for each of these chakras that I was going to offer via content and videos and stuff this year, but it ended up being me putting a ton of work on myself that I wasn't prepared to do. So instead, I put them all into cheat sheets. I call them cheat codes, and they are over in my Patreon shop. Again, I move with change on Patreon. If you want specific tools for each chakra, remember that these are not an end-all be-all exhaustive list. There are so many tools that you can use for each of the chakras, but it's a place to get you started. And every cheat code PDF has the basic information about the chakra, including a range of development and some other associations, as well as what imbalance and balance might look like. And then I also offer mudras, mantras, sounds, breathwork, visualizations, asanas, herbs and stones, nutrition tips, energy healing, and reflection questions on those PDFs. They're in my shop for $5, $5.55, I think. And it's just another way for you guys to offer a support for the work that I do, but also get something in return. I don't like asking you guys for support without offering you something in return. So I have a shop full of $5 PDFs that you download a ton of tools. Yeah. And there's also a workbook in there, and there's also workshops in there, and there's other things like that. So I also have coaching memberships too on the Patreon page. If you have any questions about any of those, you can always send me a message. Truth and Justice. Humming is great for your body. It increases your NO2 levels while killing the bacteria in your nose. Humming is the warm-up for opera. I'm classically trained and sometimes do Vox assistance. I did a lot of theater, and I always wanted to do voice work. I wanted to do voice acting. I did theater, I did print, and I did radio when I was in the 80s, 90s, and early 2000s. And then I did theater a little bit more, much more theater after that, and a couple of films. All small things, nothing you would probably ever see me in or anything like that. But I had the projecting voice. I was always, especially on stage, I was the kid that the teacher was like this, here, you say it, right? And get that voice out there, which was my strength, but also indicative of where my trauma was, of where my imbalance was, because there was such a force coming out of my throat chakra at that time. Yes, you use your throat chakra as I sit for over 4 hours now talking. So hummingbee breath. If you're not familiar with hummingbee breath, I know I've offered it a couple of times. Sorry, YouTube. I'm just trying to make sure that you guys can see okay without it being too bright in the background. Okay. Hummingbee breath is one of my favorite breath work practices. It includes mudras, but I don't remember the name for this exact mudra. Shanmukhi mudra. Did I just remember it? Because this is the Vishnu mudra. I think it's the Shanmukhi mudra. Okay, anyway, details. Virgo wants to give you the details. Let me give you the practice first, and then we can find the details later. So it's done like so. Watch, please, first so that you can see how it's done, because you need to close your eyes during the practice. So first, you take your pinkies to the corners of your mouth, your ring fingers to the edge of your nose. Remember, we hold this with intention, not tension. So you're not squeezing on your face like this. Pinkies to the corners of the mouth, ring fingers to the sides of the nose. Close the eyes and cover the eyelashes with the middle finger. Then the index finger goes at the top of the eye socket. Your elbows will have to come out a little bit for you to do this. So if you have any shoulder issues, this may be a practice you can only do a little bit, or you can also do it laying down, and that'll help support. Okay, so corners of the mouth, corners of the nose, over the eyelashes, at the very top of the eye socket, just beneath the brow. First, inhale, big deep breath in. Then you close your ears with your thumbs and exhale a hum as long and as steady as you can. When that breath finishes, open the ears with your thumbs again. Inhale, close them. Go for it. Pandora, thank you. That felt so good. I think this is what I came for. I had tension there. Okay, so hummingbee breath releases tension in the throat, in the shoulders, in the heart, in the brow, in the nostrils, in the ears, in the head, in the mind. Hummingbee breath is a powerful practice to just clearing the tension that most of us hold all up here. Some important what's it called? Things to note is you want to make sure you always open your ears to inhale, close them to exhale. As far as the exhale, the breath, right? The breath, you want to try what's important with mantras. Mantras work by resonating, by vibrating our energy body. So when you're humming, play with it. Find where to hum. See if you can lower the hum. See if you can put it in the back of your throat. See if you can put it in the front of your mouth. Find where you feel that hum go wah, 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 wah. And you may not get there at first, right? But that's what you're looking for. You're looking for the vibration that aligns with your system, and you will feel it when you feel it. I promise. As long as your attention is there, right? If it feels shaky, that's okay. Focus on a nice steady hum. If it starts to get weak at the end and you're like, stop before you're doing that tension. You just want to get the full inhale, hum, inhale, hum. And you you will notice that it'll get stronger, more balanced, and also you'll be able to hold it longer. It does also help with breath retention and help your lungs, helps to facilitate better breathing. Yeah. Humming bee breath. So one more time for those of you just joining, the practice does like this, and then we'll move on to another one. Pinkies at the corner of your mouth, ring fingers at the edges of your nose. Close your eyes and place your middle fingers over your eyelids or eyelashes. Index fingers go to the top of the eyeball right below the brow bone. Inhale, big deep breath with thumbs out. Close the ears and hum the exhale. Open the ears to inhale again, close the ears to exhale. So if you feel tension in your shoulders, in your jaw, in your brow, in your hands, if you're pressing too hard like this, if there's tension in your voice, keep doing the practice and just reminding yourself to let go of that tension, let go of the tension. You're going to feel a much bigger, expansive energy as that humming happens when you can let go of tension. If you're tense, you're going to tense up your throat and you're going to tense up that hum. And it's not going to, right? We don't want to build more tension. We want to focus on releasing the tension and using that practice to release the tension. Pandora, I had a neck injury in 2023, almost lost my voice. So again, chronic conditions and things like that can point us to the places where we most need, our systems most need attention and healing. I also, again, lifelong struggle here, and I've got misalignment in my entire upper neck, like CT2 and up are all like, and I now have a chronic condition here in my thoracic outlet because of how long I did this. You guys somebody asked, what's the biggest change, right? And in these last several years is becoming so aware of my system that I've been able to start healing the symptoms of chronic illness, chronic conditions. I'm realigning the structure of my physical body with acceptance, with willingness, with curiosity, with invitation, rather than by force. And it is so much more effective for me, hopefully for you, if we do it by invitation and not by force. Glitter Bee, so as a singer, I'm going to get even better at sustaining notes. Any breath work, my friend. What did you say? One of the healthiest practices you can do, humming. See, and again, this is the essence, right? These tools are actually super simple and accessible. Could you do this without putting your hands on your face? Yeah. What are you touching on your face? Minor chakras. And later this year, we will go over some of the face chakras, the minor chakras, and what that mudra is actually doing. But if you feel tension in your system, just hum. What's the mudra we did earlier? The Ushas mudra for productivity. Hold it in your lap. And how many of you were like, whoa, that thing moved, right? All I'm doing is clasping my hands. Something that's culturally common and acceptable, and most people do. My favorite, I like this one a lot too, because this is the Shukri mudra, which is intended to balance all the elements in your system. This is an overall really awesome mudra for all the things in your system. If you just want a total overhaul, grab 1 or 2 of the Shukri mudra and just hold on to those. And then what do? we talk about the things. Some of these things are already here, and you've probably already seen them. They're so powerful. Oh my God, I do some of these things naturally. Yes. Who have you seen sitting on stage doing this one? This is the Uttara Bodhi mudra. It helps with stage presence. It helps with clarity. It helps with personal power and self-esteem. And it helps people see you as more of a powerful individual. Mudras are so effective and powerful, you're already doing them. And how many times I've had people say once they started exploring mudras that then they also found that they were doing this thing, or oh, I always did this thing. That's a mudra. What is that message there? It's so obvious that it's amusing and so convoluted that it makes me angry, right? Like it's like there's a whole puzzle. You are that puzzle. All the pieces you need are in your box. You have all the pieces you need. But somebody came in and they scrambled things up and they turned things around and they flipped over some of the pieces and they say, this is how you're supposed to do your puzzle. And you're sitting here going, but the pieces don't fit. And they don't look right together. I must be broken. I must be wrong. It must be my problem. My puzzle must be damaged, not everybody else, not the person, not the people or the paradigms or the narrative that came in and fucked up my puzzle. Did they break pieces? No. Got to keep the analogy in line with the fact that you have everything you need for your healing. But it's right here. The truth is simple, is here, is accessible. It doesn't need a ton of exploration or explanation. It doesn't need a ton of but that's just it. How many messages do we receive from spirituality, or even religion, these things that are simple in statement, but not so much in practice, or so much more difficult in practice? What if you knew that everything you need is in your pocket already? Thank you for being here, Balanced. What if all the tools, all the memories, all the things are available within you? Do you have to know mudras? No, because you naturally do them. Do you have to know yoga and asanas? No. Do you know how to do this? Do you know how to do this? Do you know how to do one of these? Oh, that feels so nice. Do you know how to be in your body and intuitively move as your body is requesting? Then you're probably already practicing some asanas. You're probably already practicing mudras. You may even be practicing mantras. The trick is to knowing what mantras you're saying and what they mean. Make sure we align our mantras with where we want to be, right? And the messages we want to be putting into our systems. That's the part that makes me mad. Is it's already here. It's already there. It's already with you. It's already for you. Your allies are already protecting you. But yet we're led astray on purpose. And for what means? For what purpose? Just to be fodder for the fire for the few? Mm-mm. Hey, Duality, how are you? I am drinking coffee with some milk and reishi powder today. I put reishi mushrooms in there today. And maple syrup. Mm-hmm. I think this is why it's important for me to share this stuff to a degree for free. It's important for me to keep this open space because there is some voice back in there that says, if you only knew how powerful you were. And that is what changed my experience in the last 4 or 5 years. is during meditation and during the hardest times that I was having, during that space of being in my nothingness, even after, 8 years of being a reverend, it wasn't until I sat in that nothingness that I found God inside of me, that I found the channel through which we cultivate Christ consciousness. And that Christ consciousness is an elevation, an expansion of the self to make space for the vibration that is the source. You're a vessel for it. It's already flowing through you. And we often feel disconnected and lost and broken and scared and alone because we've been taught to look away from the very experience of God breathing through us. See, it's like a travesty. It's an abomination. It's like it lights a fire inside of me to get to go and find the people who have done this to all of the people. And it's been happening for so long. And again, in my book, my first section of the book is about that. I briefly go over the history. Again, there's so much information, but I wanted to get you guys the bullet points. Let's start on the same page kind of stuff. So I talk about the history of it, Edward Bernays, the Crusades, the freaking witch trials, the World War II, and a variety of other ways modern marketing came about and why it's so insidious now versus what was happening before. Was it insidious before? Yes, absolutely. Were the people intentionally kept ignorant so that they could be controlled by the few? Yes, absolutely. By the controlling class? Yes. So we're still in the same place. Again, they're just using different tactics. The problem is now they know exactly how to tap into your system because of psychology, because of the energy work, because of all this, the energy body. All of this knowledge has now come together. Thank you, Edward Bernays. He helped a lot with that to say, oh my God, we could straight up manipulate them in their faces, to their faces, and they're still going to buy the thing that we were selling them. Let's do it, huh? Let's amass a bunch of wealth for just a few people and take everything from the rest of the people because makes me mad. Okay. All right. I feel like I need a nap after today. I'm going to need to go to the river and wash away, right? A lot of the stuff that we're processing today. I encourage everybody to do so too. Truth and Just Us, you asked, you mentioned allies. What are your thoughts on spirit guides? And do you think they exist outside of us? I really do love your questions. Thank you so much for being here. So my pirates want to tell a side story about how questions are effective and why they're really important for my system in particular. But anyway, we'll get there in a second. I'm going to pin you there. Okay. Trying to figure out exactly the words, right? I like to take us on a journey. So I want to start the journey at this point so that we can get to that point. Do I believe that there are wiser energies outside of me that would potentially guide me forward or help me or assist me on this journey? 100%. Because I don't just live in this isolated little space, and everything outside of me as well as inside of me is all interrelated and interconnected. I am not the wisest thing in the universe. There must be more beyond me. I know from my physical capability, I can only see a very small portion of light, and I can only see this small spectrum of that light, and I can only hear a certain amount. I am obviously extremely limited. And so for me to say that I am the ultimate guide and lead for my life seems like a moment of ignorance. Seems like I might be a little misled, right? Like my ego might be a little too big, might be operating from that heliocentric place. I am not the center of the universe, but I am also the center of my universe because I am also in this experience of subjectivity. So the way I experience the energies outside of me and the way they interact with inside of me is going to determine my relationship. I can have a relationship with these energies outside of me that are guiding me, as being angels or guides or wise whoever that are leading me forward, or even source itself. At the exact same time, depending on my lenses and my beliefs and my whatever and going on inside, I can perceive the exact same energies as demonic, as evil, as misguiding me, right? Remember, because if I haven't felt alignment or love or these other things, it may feel very uncomfortable. If I'm taught that love is painful and I'm offered something that's not painful, then I might not perceive it as love, but as manipulation or something else. And in that way, I can look at, or my guides putting up bumpers, to help with me turning in this direction, like the banks of the river, because we're all in the river and it's all flowing. So those energies are like the banks of the river. And I understand that the universe has the banks of the river, so the river can have a direction. It's all part of the beautiful universe we live in. But if I am constantly trying to get out of the river or redirect the river or swim up river, then the river itself is my enemy. It gives me another quote from my mother again, where she said to me one day, if you create, because I wanted to destroy my ego. I was like, I'm done with this. I'm done with this character. I'm done with whoever this is. I'm done. I need to find who I am. So I need to destroy the ego. And she goes, honey, if you make an enemy of yourself, that is a battle you will fight every single day. And that becomes the war that you wage your entire life long, not only on yourself, but on the world outside of you too. Is that the way you want to live? It was so in her style of like clearly and also like cutting, right? Like electricity, like, crap. No, that's not how I want to live. So then why paint these things as your enemies? Resistance is not my enemy. It is a message that says I'm out of alignment. Do spirit guides and things like that, energies exist that guide us? Yes. Do negative energies exist that seek to hurt us? Yes. Depending on my perspective of them, right or wrong, good or bad. I can perpetuate my experience of those negative things if I cultivate tension in my system. So any moment of tension, I recognize that I am not in the flow. And I can see that as thank you, or I can say, so annoying. Mental cramps. Hey, friend. Right, the term ego death can be confusing. I suspect we will find a better term to use to describe it. Have you been in here? Because we were talking earlier about new terms, because we made up a new term earlier, mental cramps. Grooviness. Grooviness. Sorry. We see, exactly. We will make up new terms. And this is how we write the language for what we are learning, for the insights we are collectively discovering, right? Grooviness. Hold on. One, Eric Elradar Finance. Eric, sorry, I cannot. Fernandez says, you are powerful. I am just a reflection of you. I am just a reflection of you. The potential, whatever you see in me, is the potential that you have in you. If you see judgment and fear in me, then those are things that you're cultivating in yourself. And that's okay. Right. But especially when people say you are powerful, the radar, I just want to remind you that you have the capacity for that power within you. Ooh, balanced. I refer to the ego as the evolutionary grounding operator. Nice. Yeah. It's the, to me, I think of it like the chauffeur that drives the ship or drives the vehicle before I'm old enough to drive. Or that drives, I have a pirate ship. My analogy, my parts stuff is a pirate ship. And my ego and my emotions pop up when they feel like it's their turn to drive. And that's actually really powerful and really good, right? When I couldn't even I don't even know where we're going. Yeah. You love my pirate ships. I love my pirates. I've learned to love my pirates. I did not love my pirates when I met my pirates. I am duality. Side question. What's the best way to learn to hear my intuition? I almost feel like I should apologize for the answer. I almost feel like I should say sorry. But essentially, mindfulness. Practice aligning your intention with your attention to keep yourself here in the present moment, because only here in the present moment can you feel those things occurring. Your intuition happens here and now. It doesn't happen in your future. It doesn't happen in your past. Everything that you experience is happening in the here and now. The memories are just that, a dream, a memory, and it gets stored in the brain the same way as dreams. The future is completely undetermined, and who knows? The only thing I need to be concerned with really is my experience right now, and then building, in my opinion, because I'm on a path, right? Building myself to clarity, clarifying my systems so that I can hear it. That's literally my biggest challenge. Okay, so actually, so next month is brow chakra month. Next month, we're going to explore the brow chakra. And they're going to do several things for the third eye, right? So work on intuition, work on energy viewing. We're going to work on practices to see energy and see auras. We're also going to work on hearing and listening to our intuition. Yeah. So I was just trying to think of like all these practices, and I realized I'm offering a bunch of those practices next month. But one of my favorite practices, and I'll offer one now, so you can get started ahead of time. My mother, when I was little, had me specifically working on my intuition, and you can do it with flashcards. I do it with my son when we're driving down the road for what car is going to come around the corner next. Does not matter what you pick. Start doing some kind of practice where you're essentially guessing what the next thing is. And when you get it correct, I encourage you to feel for where that happens. Right? Notice one of the most important pieces my mother gave me was that your first answer for intuition is usually the answer of your intuition. But we often get the answer and then we try to figure out whether it's right or wrong. She had me visualize things. We were using flashcards for a while. You're very welcome. We were using flashcards, and she would have me close my eyes because there were only like 4 or 5 shapes on the flashcards. And so I could see all the shapes in front of me. I could close my eyes and envision all the shapes in front of me. And one shape would be different. One shape would have a different quality to it. It's that subtlety. And this is why I say cultivate your intention and attention. Work on mindfulness. Be present with yourself as much as possible. Because when you're present with your experience, you release the tension of trying to be in the future and in the past at the same time. When you align your intention and your attention, you relax the tension. Why? How does it happen? Same thing when you're trying to balance on one foot, right? You see the exact same analogy. Stand up on one foot and try to find balance. There's tension all over the fucking place until you find balance. As soon as you're in the center, what happens to your system? It goes. Are you still up on one foot? Yes, because you still have intention. Your intention is to stand on one foot, but you relaxed all the rest of the tension in your system when you found center. It's in this centered place without that tension that we hear our intuition much better. Things echo within us and expand out from us in a way that makes them much more apparent. Which is why, again, I say just bring that pendulum back as many times as you can to center. Choose a practice or 2 or whatever it is that works for you, or something really simple. I am duality. So it's not actually going to be an event. So what I've been doing for this Inner Light series is we've just been doing Saturday classes as I go through big life transitions. My Saturday classes are free. I am live on TikTok and I'm live on YouTube for the duration of these Saturday classes, which again, sometimes goes 4, 5, 6 hours. If you want to join us in the Discord to talk about this stuff in the middle of the week, do so. Feel free to do so through the link. And I think you already did. If you want to dive deeper into exploring these practices, doing these practices together, or working on your specific thing, come to group coaching, which requires a membership, and also private coaching are available for those things. But otherwise, just show up on Saturdays. I will offer a cheat codes PDF in my Patreon shop that will have, again, visualizations, mudras, mantras, asanas, nutrition tips, herbs and stones, all that cool stuff, sounds, breath work, all of that will be available in a PDF, but it won't include every single practice that I'm doing on Saturdays. Group coaching is wonderful. I really love the group coaching. Again, it's really nice to be able to, not only give, but also receive in those spaces a lot. So thank you. There's a lot of options for staying connected and getting involved, depending on what level that you want to be in. And depending on, it's not dependent on your financial situation, because I am always willing to offer trades. I'm always willing to offer different sort of things if you come and request it from me and we talk about it. Like, ultimately, I would love if everyone showed up and was able to give whatever they honestly could give, right? This is my full-time job, but I also need help. And I also know that the new earth, new paradigm, that kind of stuff is not built on us nickel and diming each other and the dollar being the key that keeps everybody out of the practices that are actually really a birthright. So I don't have hard lines for those memberships. If you need something, if you want something, come and talk to me and let's create an exchange or find something else that works. But otherwise, that's why then these are always free. And then the classes are always free. Mental cramps. I find the body is a great tool to access energetics since the body is more straightforward to train. So mental cramps. I think I was talking about it earlier about the way that the body ends up being our check engine light. It's the top of the stack of tones that's called a Karen, right? And so any other layer that is out of balance, the body responds, right? Because the body is literally the most dense part of you. And we are taught in our Western mind that the matter material is all that's real. If I can't see it or smell it then with my nose and these eyes, then it must not be true. If I can't hear the sound that it makes. But when you start to explore the energy body and the spaces in between and underneath the physical body, right, you find a whole cosmos, a whole nother reality underneath. And it's so dynamic and such depth to it that we recognize that this is just the doorway. My body is the doorway to the various parts of self, and but the energy body is the thing that goes through all the pieces. So yes, when we're first starting, that's it. Start with where you feel it in the physical body. Use that to indicate where to start. Balanced. You say balance your energy body first. Diet, practices, self-awareness, trauma relief. The path is the way. See, and again, right? When we balance our energy first, things like diet, self-awareness, trauma relief fall into place. The manipulation that I found when I was doing it the other way, change the diet, force the practices, force self-awareness, try to force self-awareness, which doesn't actually cultivate self-awareness, does it? Through ego, right? I was doing those things hoping it would give me alignment, when instead I was perpetuating misalignments, because in my misalignments, I did not know what dietary things or what practices or whatever were best for me in the moment, because what I was taking was the run-of-the-mill stuff from every other person that said you're supposed to do it like this in these steps, and every person is supposed to go exactly through these steps, and if you go exactly through these steps, then you'll reach self-actualization like everybody else. But you're unique, which is why I say start here, right? Start with addressing the energy body. And it's like, so we were talking earlier about alcohol. I didn't walk myself out of addiction by forcing myself out of it. I found the way out by being present with it and finding the spaces in between it. And then it faded away. Does it sometimes come up again? Yeah. I trust now that it can fade away again too, though. And that's what gets us out of those stuck feelings and stuck cycles. Density is a great word to use to wrap my brain around it, right? Yes, yes. And it reminds me too that analogy with the body. Namaste, Pandora. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being. Balanced. Yeah, don't take me as a good example. I felt that I forced myself out. Wouldn't recommend it. And this is also the piece too. Like I do hear people talking about spiritual psychosis or hurting themselves in meditation or in yoga. It's a very true thing that you can. And some of us survive forcing ourselves through that and allowing it to shape us, and some of us don't, or are re-injured by the force. And that's what I was doing. I was re-injuring myself by continuing to try to force myself in a system that had already been forced into misalignment. It was that clarity that I only received in the last couple of years, and that shifted my practice. I've been doing that stuff freaking years. I had the right yoga pants, I had the right mat, I had the right certifications, I took the right classes, and all of it were just effigies of the lack that I experienced inside. But that's what capitalism does. It says, if you just buy all the stuff to look like the guru, then you're obviously the guru, right? But this, to me, is the difference between talking about the path versus walking the path. And I talked about it for a long time. That's okay. I needed to. I needed to process it. I needed to be in that ego space so that I could make friends with my ego space, so I could keep myself safe while I figured out how to make friends with that ego. Okay. Does anybody else have any questions about the throat chakra itself, about the structure of the energy body? I know some of you are just joining or just new here today, so there are some things that we've talked about before, maybe on repeat in other sessions that you may not have heard. One of the reasons I have the symbol up here for each of the chakras is because the chakra, the petals, this is the petals around here, the points around here, represent the connections to the minor energy channels in your system. So for example, the throat chakra has 16 minor energy channels. I think the heart has 12. Now I'm going to find my book with the thing on them. The root has 4. Yeah, 4, 6, 8, 12, 16, I think. And what does that mean? That is the connection to these different parts of our system, right? We talked about this being a big gateway for that expression of energy. So there's a lot of energy exchange and cultivation and creativity that happens through going through all of those channels. Balanced. I always wanted to be a teacher. Now I just want to be as healthy or a little bit healthier each day. I always wanted to be a teacher, but I didn't because of fear. And because I felt like I needed to have it perfect beforehand. I needed to be, I mean, I literally went to all the schooling and got the freaking certifications and all the things, thinking that they would put me in a place where I felt like the teacher. And it turns out I didn't feel like the teacher. I just felt like I now had even more information and not knowing how to share it, not knowing how to deliver it in a way that would be received. So I encourage you again, I think the most important pieces of teaching for me have been just sharing what has been most impactful for me, most powerful for me, sharing the insights I've received from walking the path rather than talking about the information that I had, right? Oh, Fernandez, thank you, friend. I don't need protection. I've been doing energy work since I was little. And honestly, the best thing for me to do is to cultivate that protective part of myself, not to seek that protection from somebody else or something outside of me, because what I need is that ability to set boundaries and stand in my truth and stand there confidently and develop that personal power for myself. But when we offer to protect other people in that way, sometimes we can thwart that process. And just like with children, when we keep doing things for them again and again, they often struggle to then do those things themselves, because instead of us encouraging and saying, you do have the power to do this, you can cultivate a personal sense of boundaries and strength, and you can feel confident and not like you need to be protected by some external person or force or what have you. And that's really what our systems are meant to cultivate. Again, we're not meant to take the stale milk out of somebody else's cup. Oh, I feel so insecure that I need to find somebody who exemplifies the opposite of my experience. Nope, that leads to codependent relationships. Hey, blindly evolving, love you. So, and this is the way that I wanted to say that, hopefully without it being like an accusation or a judgment, because it's where we all come from. It's our cultures encourage us. They tell us that that's how relationships are. They tell us that we're supposed to be codependent. They tell us we're supposed to find our better half. But they tell us that, we're supposed to find the person who completes us. It's written in the narrative that leads us away from the truth is what your system is designed for, which is to cultivate that power within yourself. We're not whole alone. No, we're also community, right? We're also pack animals. So it's a balance between the two. And this is how it's insidious, right? We're not whole alone. They tell us we can't be whole unto ourselves. We need to fill ourselves with material things or other people's energy or other ideas and whatnot to make ourselves seem whole. But we're also not whole, completely separated and isolated from others. So how do we find that balance? Yeah, blindly evolving. What if we all complete each other in our own ways? Oh my gosh, you mean like maybe we're each an instrument in a massive chorus and that we need all those notes for the whole song to be complete? Oh, you mean we're drops of water in the ocean and it's all of the pieces together that complete the entire ocean? Huh. They also tell us we're not supposed to be too many together. And again, that tells you how powerful you are, not just you, but the collective you as well. We think of it as hyperbole of going, oh, there's just a handful of them and all of us. Then why do we feel so powerless? Manipulation. Constantly reinforcing narratives, not just directly from the source, but also from sideways, because we have this person over here who's manipulated and has been manipulated and thinks that this is the best way to operate. So they inject those things into you. And then this other person over here, as soon as you try to turn away from that, says, no, turn your face back to the wall, put your nose back on the wall and hold the line. We all have to do it. It becomes crabs in a bucket. And again, that's why it's so insidious. And that's also the reason, that's also what's really helped me with accepting other people, with acknowledging that we all have these unique journeys, and it's not me who's supposed to tell anybody how to live, and my life is not for everybody. But I do know we're not meant to be kindling. I do know we're not meant to be propping up. I'm not sure of the words there, because there's part of me wants to be angry about the structure and the culture and the what have you, and like yell about that. But that's not. That would be akin to, instead of holding my nose to the wall, just beating my fists on the wall and saying, let me into Eden, fuck you, I'm not doing this anymore, I don't want to hold up your wall, you should let me in. And the culture wants to tell you to keep doing that too. Keep fighting the wall. hold up the wall or fight the wall, or fight the people who are nearby you at the wall, or move around the wall and put your nose to another side of the wall. Everybody can, as long as you're still here at the wall, we don't care what you're doing. The most radical thing you can do is turn yourself away from the wall and say, I recognize now that the source of everything I need in my life is available within me. I recognize now that every energy that rises and falls within me is my ally. I recognize that the entire universe is supporting my self-actualization, because the entire universe is operating on the Fibonacci sequence, where we are constantly evolving and expanding. I am an integral part of the whole, just as you are. But just like the ocean, when the whole ocean warms, it doesn't happen all at once. We have the almost evaporating, really warm drops of water at the top of the ocean, and we have the really dense, laden with pressure, dark drops at the bottom of the ocean, and they get cycled through and moved up and down, and we exchange energy with each other and whatnot until the whole ocean warms up. This is collective evolution. This is what the collective is doing. My responsibility is my drop. And when I find that alignment, I also inspire others around me to find the same within themselves. Why? Because again, let's go back to the defibrillator cells. My heart and your heart and their heart and her heart and his heart and all of these hearts are constantly interacting and communicating. Constantly interacting and communicating, not just with each other, but with the planet itself. And again, this is not hyperbole. This is not some ancient stuff that some people want to argue about. This is something that we have scientific. I mean, maybe you don't want to rely on science. I don't know. But I like science. I like the ability to try these things again and again and again and get the same result and go, okay, well, there's something to stand on there, right? Somebody asked about magical thinking, right? I rely a lot on the foundations of building something to stand on. It's what, yeah. There was a point to that, I think. Thank you guys for all the follows. Thank you guys for being present with me today. I think my throat chakra is starting to need to be soothed. So I'm going to go play in the river. Let me know if you have a course. Yeah, absolutely, Glitterbee. You're very welcome. Thank you. Thank you all for your presence and being here and asking questions, especially. That's what I wanted to share. It's been frustrating for me, because all this information that I've collected and put in the library back here can be hard to access. I tried to sit down and write like an encyclopedia, or even it was an encyclopedia that went with a full-on 6-month course. And I would still like to put together this really awesome, big healing, chakra, whatever course. So in the future somewhere. But I really struggled to organize all the information. And if I just randomly, if I randomly looked for a list of all the herbs or from my herbalism training that do these things, I might struggle to find them. But if you came to me and said, hey, what's an herb that's good for this? Or I'm feeling this thing, what should I do? The reason I coach is because those tools pop up. Those tools come together and they're like, oh, here. I talk about it like my pirates. A lot of times when you ask a question, you're opening the channel for this information to flow through, because this information isn't just for me, it's for all of you, but it's not meant to be put in a compartmentalized, organized, what have you, because you are unique and unto yourself. And if I made a list, again, like these tools, all these tools that work for the throat chakra, they're all great and good, but there are also so many more, and there's ones that might not work for you, right? So in that way, I really appreciate your questions, because they help us collectively move through this stuff and bring up that information that is for the here and now, for this moment right now, rather than just the arbitrary designation of, yeah. Thank you all again for the follows. Thank you again for your presence, for your encouragement, appreciation. I love you guys so, so much. Please go give me a follow on Patreon. There you go. On Patreon as well as on YouTube, or if you're on YouTube, come over to TikTok and give me a follow on TikTok and YouTube. YouTube doesn't attack my content; they just don't put it out. TikTok actually tries to take down my content, so I don't know how long we're going to be here. I encourage you, if you're interested in any of this that I've talked about, to go grab my book. It's called Energy for Sale: The Energetic Blueprint for Consumer Conditioning. It's available, ironically or unironically, I don't know yet, on Amazon. There's a link here in bio, or here. There's a link here on the screen, and there's a link here in the description. And I believe there's also a link on my Patreon that you can get it there. If you have any questions that you want a mudra for, or a tool for, or just kind of some thoughts on, feel free to ask me in my comment section of my content here on TikTok. I can make you video responses. It's my favorite way to respond. If you have any other questions or things that you don't want to comment, you can always feel free to message me. Or if you just want to link to something, you can also just message me. We do have a Discord space where we're cultivating an online community. Feel free to come join. It's free to join there. It's free to join. Follow me on Patreon. It's free to follow me on TikTok. It's free to follow me on YouTube. And I offer a lot in exchange for those, because the more of you that follow me, the more that we can boost this message, the further it gets out. And the more that we can let the platforms know that you want to hear this and want to see this and want to have these discussions, then maybe, hopefully they'll leave me in the FYP for like 5 minutes longer. All right, my friends, again, so much love. Good night, YouTube. Thanks for hanging out this whole time. If I remember how to end it, there we go. Love you.